Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting,
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and Director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck!
Hi everyone, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. It's combining two of my favourite things, which are sewing and designing. I live in London at the moment, but I'm originally from Staffordshire. So I think I've got a combination of two really great things. So London's really diverse and lots of different cultural impacts, and then Staffordshire is very rural, so there's a lot of country influence in what I do. My grandma first taught me to sew when I was in my early teens. She was a dressmaker and she was always sewing and taking in orders from different people. And I think I got my initial love of sewing from her. I started making my clothes because I couldn't find anything that was fashionable, so I created my own fashion. A bit dubious at times probably. I remember once I bought some really lovely, as I thought, heavy brocade material. I created a pencil skirt, thought that was fabulous. It turned out to be curtaining. And I got quite a lot of stick from that. But you know, in my defence, I was a new romantic and I think I was just fashion forward. I have done a lot of teaching and coaching and mentoring in sewing in my career. And I would think that probably the best tip that I can give to people, because all age groups have various challenges, but the best tip is to be kind and good to yourself and don't worry about if you make mistakes, because you've always got your seam ripper to hand. I'm really looking forward to my shows with Sewing Street and helping you have some hints and tips and knowledge, so I look forward to seeing you soon.
Hey, good morning everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard and it's Friday. The weekend is nearly upon us. I'm channeling summer here. I refuse to accept that it is winter and it is cold. In fact, this morning when I went out to my car, it was a balmy 4 degrees, which after yesterday's sub-zero temperatures, I thought was pretty mild. You can only really say that in the British Isles, can't you? Anyway, I hope you're well today and staying warm and cosy. We've got a fabulous day ahead of us with the amazing Delphine Brooks is here with some amazing new projects. We've been all over her stuff all morning. We've had such a lovely time seeing what she's bringing today, and I know some of you have already hopped on the website and have already pre-ordered, so well done you. If you want any of Delphine's gorgeous needle felting kits and projects, they'll be on Yarn Lane at 12 o'clock. We'll be heading on over there at 12. But we've also got 2 hours with Delphine in Sewing Street today. So we've got a wonderful morning. A random fact I want to share with you, which is spinning around my mind and blew my mind last night. Did you know a banana is a berry? Did you know that? A banana is a berry. And a strawberry and a blackberry and a blueberry are not berries. They are aggregate accessories. I'll say no more. Anyway, enough of all of that. We've got a fabulous day ahead of us here on Sewing Street. But maybe you knew a random fact you'd like to share. Please do. You can message us. at the studio. We love to hear from you. Now, let's start with our early bird. Here it is. We've got some beautiful, oh, just move that out of the way. You don't need to see me twice, surely. We've got some beautiful fabrics here. These are True Kisses. These are so beautiful. Now, what you're getting here are 2.5 meters of fabric. This is by Heather Bailey, who's a fabulous, fabulous designer. She was a designer for Free Spirit for many years. This is absolutely beautiful. A beautiful rose print on a sort of peppermint green background, which is so fresh, so springy. And then this fabulous colourway to go with it of roses on this beautiful kind of golden mustard background. It really is stunning, and it picks up the golden mustard. Let me just move that down a tiny bit. This lovely golden mustard here, and the greens, the mint greens are reflected. Now you've got 0.5 meter of each fabric. It's premium quilt weight cotton, really, really fabulous cotton, this 100%. Standard width, 42 to 44 inches wide. Now these are pre-cut, so if you buy multiples you'll get them already pre-cut. They come as a sort of pair, and you've 0.5 meter of each. Now in terms of what you could do with that, this is fabulous amount to make a really lovely bag, or a couple of bags actually. I'd throw in a little bit of solid there, probably something like this peppermint, or maybe this deeper gold, kind of antique gold. That would be lovely, or a little bit of the red or pink. That would be super. So a couple of lovely bags, or you could make something like some cushions, a table runner would be really nice in this, some lovely spring accessories. Now the price for 2.5 meters should be $14.98, and that's $7.49 per 0.5 meter, of course. But it's our early bird today, so that fabulous price, we're going to go under £10. What? Say what? $9.98. That's incredible. So less than £10 for the pair. So £4.98. £4.99 a 0.5 meter. £4.99 a 0.5 meter. It's too early for basic maths, I'm afraid. Now, of course, you could use these together. You could split them apart. You could pop them into your stash. You might well have some other fabrics that would go really well with this. Like I say, if you wanted to extend this fabric to create maybe a couple of really nice bags, you could just pop in some solids. We've also got some fabrics coming up that would go really beautifully with the early bird, so I'll share those with you in just a moment. But these are terrific, aren't they? I think something like the hobo bag, the beach hobo bag from Bags for Life would really, really work with this. And I would do probably the main part of the bag in that, and then I would have the contrast trim that kind of goes around the bottom of the bag in the rose fabric. I should have brought a copy in. I've got them in my dressing room. Are you kidding me? I've got cat talking in my ear. I'm going to crash it again. No way. You're kidding me. That is amazing. That is amazing. Be quick, won't you? That's amazing. $7.98, $3.99 for a 0.5 meter. That is terrific. Lots of you are buying multiples. Remember, they will come pre-cut. You'll get them in 0.5 meter cuts. But I mean, what a fantastic way to start the day. 2 0.5 meters of Heather Bailey designer fabric. There are less than 50 of these left now. We've never ever done these at $3.99 a 0.5 meter. That's amazing, absolutely amazing. Think of all those lovely projects that you could make or experiment a bit with. Maybe you've never tried bag making before, for example. What a great way of buying some really beautiful, impactful fabrics that will work brilliantly together. I mean, whatever you made, if you made a simple tote bag or a couple of shopping bags out of this, they would look incredible, wouldn't they? There'd be nothing ordinary, there'd be nothing basic about how they would look because of that beautiful designer fabric. Another thing you could do, particularly with this one here, because the designs are isolated. And what I mean by that is the motifs don't blend together, so this is very distinct. Bond a web on the back, then use a pair of really sharp, like embroidery scissors, to cut out the motif really precisely, and then peel the back off, and then you could applique these onto things like jackets would be really cool, or onto bags, accessories. You can also do what's called broderie purse applique. So same principle, either bond a web, or you could needle turn it if you wanted. Fuse that, but then actually use a variety of these different motifs and create maybe something like a circular wreath or a bouquet or all sorts of things on a cushion or a quilt. This fabric is absolutely ideal. I'd just grab it while it's £3.99 for a half metre, to be honest. That'd be all the excuse I needed, if I'm honest. Make sure you're checking out your baskets. I can't believe, you know what? It's basically half a metre of designer fabric for the same price as we charge for postage. Isn't it, pretty much? It's amazing. What a great deal. Keep going through for that, won't you? Now let's have a look at the menu. Here it is at 8 a.m, fabulous fabric. Got some gorgeous fabrics coming up. And then at 9 a.m, foundation paper pieced butterfly cushion with Delphine Brooks. Aren't these terrific? Those are stunning, aren't they? So Delphine's done a simplified version and one that has more pieces. Still simple, really. Isn't that stunning? That's at 9 a.m. with Delphine, and you know she's going to demonstrate all the processes you need in order to make those beautiful cushions, or indeed make a gorgeous quilt out of it. Now then at 10 o'clock, the tools you need for the hobby you love. So we're going to have a really good look at some terrific tools in the hour. Now then 11 a.m, do you remember Delphine did Poppy the cat art quilt? So popular. I launched it with her. Well, I'm lucky enough to be launching her dog art quilt today. How beautiful. Look at that. So with a monochrome, and we've got a colourful version as well. Fusible applique, free motion quilted or walking foot quilted. Absolutely terrific. So many of those have already gone on pre-order. I'll talk about pre-ordering in a second. And then at 12 o'clock, we'll head on over to Yarn Lane. And Delphine's going to skip down the lane that is yarn with me. And we're going to be looking at 2D needle felting. Now you will need to go onto the Yarn Lane website in order to pre-order. Remember, it's the same postage and packaging, same login details as well for shopping on Yarn Lane. But if you want to pre-order of any of Delphine's lovely needle felting kits, pop on over to Yarn Lane and have a look at those. We have actually got a special offer on those. So if you buy two of the kits in the same transaction, they do need to be checked out in the same transaction, you'll save £20. Now that will, sorry, 20%, beg your pardon. That will save you £10. And the kits are incredible, absolutely incredible. So pop two kits into a basket, check out. You don't need to put a code in at all. 20% will be automatically deducted when you check out. So great opportunity to go over and have a little look at Yarn Lane and see what's coming up. Needle felting, amazing. I love doing needle felting, really fun. Now, why not take a tip from Delphine's books and do a felting and fizz afternoon with a friend? Buy a kit each. I'll do one, you do the other, bring your own fizz. I'm not sharing mine. I mean, that sounds like fun to me. I'd probably wait until I'd finished with the felting needle before I had fizz, if I'm being honest. But we've got loads of lovely kits. I mean, her work is incredible, isn't it? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Let me just... I thought that was a still. Hello there, everyone. Oh, this is... Yeah. Needs some beautiful work. I'm not walking through now. Here we go. Hi, yeah, there we go. Oh, that was even worse, honestly. Ah. Now we're going to start this hour with some brand new and exclusive fabric panels. Now I want to get my hands on these, and I'm a little bit disappointed that I didn't get the opportunity to, actually, because these are right up my street, and I know they will be right up your street too. Now these panels they're all around a theme which you're gonna love. We've got 2.5-inch strips, we've got 5-inch squares, and we've got our fatter than normal quarters. Now we'll start off with the strips. You get 16, I beg your pardon, 16 2.5-inch wide strips, and they are 55 inches in length, so they're extra long in comparison with something like a jelly roll or a strip roll. And they're based around bees. It's called Beehive, and you've got some really wonderful designs here. Let me show you. You've got beehives and flowers, worker bees, flowers, all these beautiful mustards, golds, honey colours, mixed with beautiful blues, teals. Really super, aren't they? Now you're getting 16 of these 2.5-inch strips. What I love about the fact that they come printed on a panel is that, of course, you can cut them apart, and there's no, you store this panel as a whole panel. Nothing's going to fray on the edges. You cut it when you're ready to work, so that's a good thing. But also, if you didn't want to cut these apart necessarily, you could cut out, for example, a 6.5-inch square over 3 strips, okay, and then use that as like a rail fence block. Cut them out of the whole panel and then twist and turn and piece them back together, set them on point, maybe set them together with other fabrics in between. You can cut half square triangles on point that are already pieced for you. Yeah, you can cut long strips, repiece them together, but also think about layering this up, quilting it as a whole panel, and then cutting out the sections for a bag. So something like my weekend warrior bag would look amazing done in a sort of strip pieced style, but no strip piecing required. Just layer it with batting, something like Osnaburg or calico on the back, quilt it, and then you can cut it. And in terms of quilting this, what about using the serpentine or wiggle stitch on your machine down the middle or over each edge? So that will keep you on the straight and narrow. Or if you want to do free motion quilting, what about quilting, a bee? So start with the wings, do some double wings, a head and a body, and then just track back and then do a wiggly line and then get somewhere else and then do your next bee. So do your wings first, the head and the body, and double back and then carry on. Really fun, isn't it? Love this stripe here. This is terrific. Now what about layering, quilting, and then creating some placemats for the garden table? So it won't be long, I promise, before we're going to be outside having barbecues, breakfast and lunch in the garden. I mean, literally, the minute I can, I'm straight out there with every meal. Cup of tea, just lovely. But really nice to have something fresh. Also, this would be really nice, I think, to make some tie-on cushions for your chair. So, for example, if we've got some of those metal slatted bistro chairs. Do you know the kind of thing I mean? That are kind of painted. They look lovely, but they are so cold and hard to sit on in the winter, and they really heat up in the summer. So tie-on cushion, they look lovely, but tie-on cushions are the way to go. So there, you only need like sort of thin, high-density fibre, foam, cut to size, rectangle squares, simple cushion top and back. I would quilt them first for a bit of extra va-va-voom. Some simple folded ties, just use one of the strips, yeah, fold it into the middle and pressed, and then outsides in, and then fold the whole thing up. Top stitch down both sides, and there are your ties. Attach those to your cushions while you're making them up, and then just tie them onto your garden chairs. They look so chic and smart. Simple to make, $19.99 for the whole thing. Now, of course, if you wanted to do something like a stripy or scrappy looking binding or border, you could do that too. So what I would do in that case, okay, is turn it and cut your binding, cut your 2.5-inch strip this way, okay? Or even if you wanted it on the bias, you could cut it this way, okay? The fabric's really nice and stable. It doesn't have a lot of stretch. There's a little bit of stretch on the bias, but actually not that much. So perfect for bias binding. And you could do a really nice binding on a quilt with that. Aren't they beautiful colours? Just think this is stunning. It's brand new and exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. These are very, very popular on fabric and sort of course, have a special place in my heart. Bees. Yeah, you know, that kind of bee. It's actually my retirement plan. I'm going to get bees. I'm never going to retire. No. Next up, we're going to do fat quarters. Now, these are our special larger than normal fat quarters. They are larger than life, aren't they? This is absolutely huge. They're so big, our panels. Really lovely selection of colours, these. I love the mustard, I love the gold, but I really love the fact that we've then got these gorgeous slatey blues and this sort of eau de Nil. I think it's beautiful, really works well. Now again, this could be about stash building, about having some extra really lovely big fat quarters in your stash and you love bee fabrics. It might be that you want some extra fabric because you're planning something with the strips. Maybe you're starting a new hobby and you've heard that fat quarters are the way to go. They are a brilliant way of buying fabric, actually. And because ours are larger than normal, you do get extra fabric there, which is terrific. But also these are great for piecing. So you could cut these up, do your regular patchwork. They're also big enough that you could use them for smaller bags, for sure. And especially if you're happy to take a mix and match approach, you could absolutely do that. Now, if you wanted to, you could back a quilt with this whole panel, couldn't you? So I'm thinking something like a baby quilt or a lap quilt, definitely. Wall hanging, yeah, but just a really lovely, but an interesting piece of fabric. But these designs are too nice to go on the back of a quilt, surely. Get them on the front. Oh, now our producer Kat is just finishing off an English paper piecing project that she's been working on for the last couple of years. I'm super proud of her for getting it finished. And so all she can think about now is finishing quilts and backing quilts, which is why she wants... Now, these 5-inch squares are amazing. And if we're talking English paper piecing, I think doing these over hexagons, large hexagons that would make the most of the fabric, this, forgive the pun, is going to fly. This is amazing. Look at these. Oh my goodness, look at these. This is a fantastic panel. This is a fantastic panel. I want one of these for sure. Look at this. Love these motifs. You've got the bees, the beehives, flowers. These stripes are adorable. Now this could easily be made into cushions, table runner placemats. Don't bother cutting it up. layer it, quilt it as a whole thing. Make the most of these white lines in between. I think they look terrific. You could quilt in between these lines to really emphasize, or cross hatch through the middle. If you want to give yourself an easier time doing something like cross hatching, put a piece of masking tape, okay, so that one of the edges of the masking tape runs where you want to sew, and then run your sewing machine, your walking foot, next to that. You know, line the needle up with the edge of the tape, sew along that line, and then when you've sewn it, peel the tape back, reposition it, and then sew back again. Really makes an easy job of it. But how terrific are these? Look at this little one over here. The little honeycombs. Oh, now that's a lovely idea, isn't it? What about that? Yeah, you could almost sew... So I'll tell you the way I would do this, right? To extra pad, a cushion pad. So I would put an extra piece of batting behind each square. I'd use something like 505 to base that on the back, okay? Perhaps a polyester batting. Then put a whole piece of batting across the back of the whole thing, and then quilt between each, so that you would double pad each square, but only single in the centre. So that would really raise up the padding. Gosh, I just think that's lovely. Now, our 5-inch squares are always the most popular option that we have in panels. Be careful if you've got these in your basket, or I will come along and steal them. They're terrific, aren't they? Just gorgeous. There are lots and lots of patterns and designs that use charm squares, of course. Absolutely beautiful, aren't they? I just think they're very inspiring, and they're really nicely put together. Lovely range of colours. If you wanted to make a quilt out of this, of course, you could cut out the individual squares. I would include, you know, that white line I'd cut sort of between that, so you've got like proper good 5-inch squares. And then you could just cut sashing maybe 1 inch or 1.25 inches wide and sash in between the squares, so it would kind of have a similar look but sort of further apart. Great for a cot quilt. You could just layer and quilt it as it is, or if you wanted to sort of change the proportions, I'd probably be inclined to 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, so do 5. So I'd cut it there, and then I'd reposition this underneath it, so it was rectangular, you know, and that would be a better sort of shape. But for a table runner, I would just quilt it as it is. I mean, if you wanted to shape it slightly, then what you could do at the ends is use something rounded. I'm looking around for something rounded. I can't see anything rounded, but you know what I mean. Pop a tea plate or something, and you could round the corners. Or alternatively, you could scallop the edge. That would be nice all the way around, scallop the edge. Now, if you're going to scallop the edge, here's my advice. Layer it, quilt it as a whole thing, okay, as a rectangle. Then use a friction pen or a pencil to draw your scallop, okay? Don't cut it. Bias binding, homemade or bought. Use this, cut on the bias to bind it would be amazing. Stitch your binding on round those curves, still uncut, okay, round the front. And then once you've stitched that, then trim round the curves to 1/4 inch, you know, to the binding where you've sewn, and then turn it round to the back and hand stitch it to the back. That way, if you wait to cut it till the very last minute, nothing will distort or pull out of shape. Now, those are our 3 brand new and exclusive panels. They are brilliant, aren't they? Each and every one of them. Which one's your favourite? What are your plans? The 5-inch square is the most popular at the moment. But those strips, those fat quarters, also really terrific. Now I need to say a few good mornings and hellos. Teresa, good morning. I started watching Sewing Bee from season 1. I never realised you were on there. Well done, you've come a long way since then. Oh, thanks, Teresa. It was nearly 10 years ago now. Karen, morning. Random fact, did you know your foot measures the same distance as the distance from your elbow to your wrist? Have a very happy Friday. Love it. I didn't know that. That's amazing. Good morning, Donna. Good morning. I mean, so many of you watching. Good morning, all. Margaret. Morning. Everyone looking forward to Delphine, I'm sure. Oh, Hillary's messaged in. Morning, Stuart. Love the bee fabric. It is fabulous, isn't it? Julie says, morning, Stuart and team. Absolutely brill. Now, let me tell you how you can get ahead of the game and have a look at what's on for the rest of today. Now, if you go onto our website, all the W's, sewingstreet.com, this is what you'll see. Click on Watch Live and then scroll down. You'll see our early bird and our bestseller. Lots of you gone for those true kisses. And then you'll see 2 columns, Today's Show Deals on the left and Pre-Order on the right. Now, if you go to pre-order, you'll see everything that's coming up on the show. Fabulous fabrics first, of course. Look at all that gorgeous juiciness. One sold out already? Not surprised. And then moving further down, we've got some lovely books on that show. Have a look at those. Really good value. Then we've got our foundation paper piecing with Delphine, the beautiful butterflies. There's 3 different colourways. You get the instructions with them, and also some solid, but also you can buy the instructions on their own if you prefer. Now, Delphine's instructions do include both options, the simple and the more complex butterfly, but you know Delphine's going to demystify it, so stick around if you're looking at that and thinking, I wouldn't know where to start. The place to start is a demo with Delphine. Now, moving on, we've got all the notions that you'd need. We've got tools you need. Now, I do just want to mention we've got a return from a superstar quilt in that hour, a William Morris quilt. We've only got 4 of them, but you might want to get ahead. Lots of lovely sashiko in that hour too. A book from who I would consider the Britain's absolute superstar of sashiko, Susan Briscoe. Her beautiful, beautiful book, plus needles and sashiko threads. Some pre-printed fabrics, all good savings, well worth checking out that. And then, oh, there we go, Delphine Brooks dog art. Bailey the dog. Instructions on their own if you want. A bright version or a monochrome version. You decide. Now, one thing just to mention to you while we're here, on the picture you'll see the bright pink, that's pomegranate. We didn't have pomegranate, unfortunately, so we've substituted a magenta. It's still going to work beautifully. Delphine's going to demo with it this morning, but just wanted to let you know that there is just that one substitution. There's that William Morris quilt. Do you remember this? You get the free ruler. That ruler, £60 for the ruler and the book, and you're getting that free. So really beautiful. That quilt kit sold out when we had it before, and I'm not surprised. It's magnificent. Oh, now I want to say a special happy birthday to one of our viewers, Kirsty, celebrating the big 50. Hey, I celebrated my big 50 last February. It's not so bad. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh, I wanted to just enjoy the moment. Our director said he couldn't believe I was 50. Can't I just revel in it? Anyway, enough of my vanity. Let's start off with some beautiful fabric. This is called the Swan Lake fabric bundle. Now, there are only 2 of these left. They've been ever so popular on pre-order. They're gorgeous. Dragonfly. dragonfly, hummingbirds. This fabric here, I'm going to open this out right away because look at that. You know, for some reason, this, to me, this is a fabric that if you told me Delphine had designed this, I would have believed you, because I think Delphine, I'll have to ask her if she likes this fabric, but I just think it brings her sense of colour, doesn't it? And that beautiful design and vibrancy, but absolutely incredible. It's from Blank Quilting, which are a great make. So you've got your swans as well. This, Tim Holtz lovers. Hello, lovely. Hello, lovely. Some of these fabrics are available by the ½ metre, by the way. Isn't that a beautiful piece of fabric? Absolutely terrific. That one's going to disappear very quickly, I suspect. I've only got 3 metres of that one available by the ½ metre. At the moment, I'm showing you a bundle that's available. This teal is incredible. Beautiful blue, some beautiful flowers there, I think. I'm not going to have a stab at guessing the names. And then more butterflies and flowers. Isn't that lovely? Now then, this one right here, that's already sold out by the ½ metre. So if you want that one, you'll have to get it in the bundle. Now the bundle itself is $49.99. That's a really good price. 3½ metres of fabric, so 7 different options. They all work absolutely beautifully together, don't they? What a beautiful arrangement of fabrics there. Really stunning. We've got some other fabrics I think would work really well teamed with those. So I'll show you those in just a second. But this is a bundle. Now let's go by the ½ metre. I'm already going to take that one out because it's sold out individually. Can we go with the pink to start, which is LV92. Now this one, we've just got 3 metres available left now. This is stunning, isn't it? Look at that. So many beautiful shades in there. Now we class this as a new fabric. We've only had it a couple of times on air before. All those beautiful rich golds and pinks, magentas, purples. Stunning, isn't it? It's almost like the inside of a geode or a kind of gemstone look to it. It's stunning, absolutely stunning. Or, you know, when you drop something like inks, or sometimes like nail artists do it with polish, don't they? They drop it onto a surface and kind of muddle them together. And this is the sort of effect you get. Really beautiful. Has a real nice stained glass look to it too. So imagine something like a stained glass design, maybe a star or something like that. Just a simple star picked out with black leading, you know, but all of the pieces of your star in this fabric. That, ½ metre of black solid and some Bonder web. Absolutely blow your socks off. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love that. Now, next up, we've got the swans. Now, there's only 4 metres of this left available. This is gorgeous, isn't it? I think you could make some really lovely cushions from this. It would be beautiful for English paper piecing as well, because it's got lovely opportunities for fussy cutting. This would be very nice, thinking of Valentine's, because it's a real kind of lovey kind of getting together. It's very sweet, isn't it? Very sweet. Absolutely gorgeous. And I think, you know what? I got it upside down. That's better. Yeah. I realised that the flower was upside down. That's better now. That's better. But isn't it gorgeous? And it's almost like the swans are made up of jewels. They're sort of faceted. It's absolutely gorgeous. Really lovely. You could even cut out, you know, like a heart shape centering the swans on there, and then back it, stuff it, little ribbon And then just like a little hanging heart. Love things like that. You could put some scent inside as well. Could you some lavender or some dried roses, something scented, some potpourri. Gorgeous. Love that fabric. This is all digitally printed, by the way, so the printing is amazing. Message from Wendy. Morning to my favourite presenter. Please, can you tell me the name of the quilt behind you? Yes, I can. Am I allowed to do that now or after I've done the fabrics? I'll tell you quickly now then. Okay, so this quilt behind me is called Country Roads, and it's actually, I'm guesting tomorrow, and this is one of the projects, this is one of the hours, this will be on at 11 o'clock, and it's called Country Roads. It's a quilt kit. There are two options. There's this one with the monochrome and yellow, and then there's another version which is all black and white. Absolutely beautiful. Deputy Joan and I worked on this together and just loved it. Beautiful, isn't it? Easy to piece as well, and those lovely borders. And what's really nice in the pattern is there's loads of different options for sizes, and I'm going to give you some other options for how to adapt it. We might also have a certain somebody's book back in stock tomorrow. Now then, this is a very pretty fabric. This is TP80. Just a metre of this one left. It's very lovely. You know, I love the digital printing that we're getting in fabrics now, because the luminosity of the colours is just amazing. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, you can't really get the image on the web, but when you see it on air, it's gorgeous, isn't it? All these kind of purples and teals, blues, pinks. It's just magnificent. And then this lovely bit of kind of orange and gold that really brings everything to life. 1 metre left of that. If you want to buy it by the ½ metre. It is included in our bundle, remember. But that would be beautiful to add into your stash or make a lovely border, wouldn't it? I want to give a shout out to Janine. Yeah, Janine. Ah, bless you. Thank you for watching, even though you don't sew. And Susan. I love you both. So cute. Janine had messaged to say she doesn't even sew, but she enjoys watching. That's terrific. We love that. We'll turn you in the end, Janine. We'll get you sewing sooner or later if I have to come round and put a needle in your hand myself. That we've been talking a lot about new year, new hobby, and just trying something different. And it might be that you've been sewing for years, but you've never tried dressmaking, or you've never tried, you know, foundation paper piecing, for example, or art quilts. I mean, Delphine, for me, brings art quilting into the realm of anybody at all. And I think lots of us, and I definitely include myself here, look at the art quilts at somewhere like Festival of Quilts, for example, and I'm in awe, but I also walk away sort of shaking my head saying, I wouldn't know where to start. I could never do that. Delphine always makes me feel like I could follow your pattern. I could cut that out. So, you know, love her. Love her. Now this one, dragonflies. I love fabrics with butterflies, dragonflies, bees, any kind of insects on. So beautiful. This one's just as you would expect, actually, with dragonflies. They love flying around water margins, don't they, where you find things like bulrushes and those marginal plants. Isn't that background stunning? Like the deepest teal. They are twinkly. They are. They're sort of, they have that iridescence in real life, don't they? And it's been captured beautifully. Incidentally, this isn't iridescent, even though it looks it. There isn't any sparkle or glitter or anything like that on the fabric, but it does have a wonderful look to it. Now, this, I think, would be absolutely gorgeous for dressmaking as well, beyond the quilt making and cushions, which I love. This one could be great for dressmaking. How much of this one do we have, please, Kat? Oh, only a metre. Oh, something very small then. Something very small. A scarf. Yes. Oh, good. Perhaps I should keep my bright ideas to myself. Hummingbirds. I love, you occasionally see videos on Instagram of people holding some kind of feeder in their mouth, don't you? And a hummingbird. Isn't that amazing? Amazing to be that close. I love the background in this, these flowers, so pretty. There's such a lot of detail that you see. Yeah, do you know what? The hummingbird itself, wouldn't that be amazing to use as a basis for a design? Blow it up huge, applique, or use all these different colours. I shouldn't be giving away my ideas, should I? That is lovely. That's called Hummingbirds on Light Pink. Really pretty. Really, really pretty. And then last of all, we've got the dragonflies on a purple background. And this almost has a sort of starry night quality to it. How lovely is that? Now remember, you can get the whole bundle of 7.5 meters for $49.99. They're beautifully coordinated together. Lots of different colours in there, which I think is terrific. And I'll just make a suggestion in a second of what I would just add in to that bundle. That's super. So that's our, is it called Swan Lake? Swan Lake. So the only thing that I would add into that, just from this next bundle here, I think this would go really nicely. Let me just show you. I just think this is called Leaf Dance Scroll in Aqua Blue. I think that would work. I mean, those two together for something like a bag would be amazing. It works really well with that. It works really well with that. It would just work throughout, but from a different range. Which is lovely. Now this is called Leaf Dance, this next range, and this is, again, I think if you love Tim Holtz, if you love kind of your brights, this, you're going to absolutely love this. It's stunning. I'll show you the whole collection first of all. It's 6 meters of fabric and you've got 12.5 meters. This is so, look at that, almost like a hand dye. Love the black print. Could use that in so many ways to help sort of define some patchwork leaves. The black version is stunning. That is lovely. This is a fun one. Let me just open this out and show you. How glorious is that? I think that is stunning. Something like a carry-all for all your quilting stuff, or your sewing kit that you're going to take to class. That would be amazing. That's just a very beautiful fabric that I would use 1,000 times. That green too, that could work really nicely with the Swan Lake fabrics as well. That is beautiful, isn't it? That is absolutely stunning. And then, hello Elmer. It is Elmer the elephant, isn't it? So I'm hoping that we've got loads of that available by the half metre. We did have at the start of the show, and now we've got 1.5 meters. Yes, of course. But honestly, can you imagine an elephant shape cut out of that, appliqued on a cushion, especially if you did a few grey ones as well? You know the story of Elmer, right? Absolutely lovely. All about celebrating being different. Isn't that beautiful? And of course you've got similar tones and similar designs of fabric within the collection, so this works absolutely brilliantly together, either as a border or sort of an accent. It's a fabulous bit of fabric, that, isn't it? It's so joyful. But then actually the whole range itself is joyful, fun, warm, rich. It's absolutely lovely. Be fabulous to add into your stash, actually, because you know what I mean, as a whole range, beautiful. But let me just pull out for a second. I mean, those fabrics there, that selection, which are kind of like the blenders, if you like, from the range, they would work in your stash wouldn't they? Anyway, you know, they're just beautiful fabrics, gorgeous tones that could work in so many different ways. Of course, that is a must-have. I never think to sort of buy things before the show, but I wish I had, because I won't get that now. And then your feature prints that are in this collection are just full of fun. You've got your large scale print, which I showed you, which I just think would be fab for so many things, but instantly makes me think kind of joyous bags. I'm thinking a satchel with a nice kind of rounded flap would be lovely. And then these three fabrics, which all have a kind of an all over leaf print, I think are absolutely super. On the green background, this incredible orange background, love that. And then I think my favourite, the black. Those colours really pop, don't they? They're absolutely luminous. Now, the whole bundle, $76.34. You're saving $6.99, so the price of one of the half meters. These fabrics are available by the half meter too. Shall we have a little run through? Shall we look at the ones that are in danger? So, first one very much in danger are our patchwork squares. There's just a metre left. That will surely go to one person. I wouldn't be satisfied with half a metre of that. I want the whole bolt. Look at the colours. I mean, if you need to make a quick baby quilt, a metre of that, layered and quilted. And then what I would do actually is I would throw in a half a metre of that to bind it. And don't think, ooh, black on a baby quilt. Babies only really see black and white and monochrome to begin with. Babies love black. And this mixed with joyous colour, I mean, it just looks amazing, doesn't it? It's so cool. Let's give a baby a good start in life in terms of colour. Let's introduce them to gorgeous colour right from the start. Now, 20 people have got that metre of fabric in their baskets. Come on, naughty people. So the black one, this would go so well with the squares, wouldn't it? Just of two fabrics. This one, on first looking at this, I thought they were paw prints because they almost have a little bit of a paw print look to them, but they're like little dot flowers. Very sweet. This would mix with so many things. Be lovely for dressmaking too, wouldn't it, that? Or bags, purses. $6.99 for a half metre. In terms of the amounts, how are we doing on this one? We're okay with that, that's fine. That's good because that would be such a staple for me in a stash. That's worth buying a metre or a metre and a half of that for in the stash, because I would use that for things like sashings and bindings, especially if you want to get rid of loads of your scraps. And you've got lots of bright scraps plus that, about a metre and a half, 2 metres. Brilliant. Next one. Yeah, this is fun, isn't it? This is a bit tie-dye, kind of hand-dyed look. It's lovely. Got that lovely mottled background. Juicy colour. Absolutely beautiful. Again, these are, I think these are digital prints, aren't they? They look like it. Really lovely. $6.99 for a half metre is amazing, isn't it? And again, a really good stash builder. I think this would be really nice for making a quilt for a sort of teenager, because it's a bit sort of cooler than, you know what I mean? That kind of tie-dye. You could back a quilt with this too. That would be lovely. And it would mix with lots of different colours. Greens, golds, yellows, oranges, pinks even. Really lovely. Now, orange leaf. That's pretty, isn't it? Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's sort of, it is making me think of kind of being back at school almost, yeah. Do you remember the curtains that they used to have? I was fascinated with them as a child. The curtains that they had on wires to cover the cupboards. And I was always fascinated of what lay behind the curtain. And when I was sitting on the carpet, I was always kind of like tucking my hand around the back and having a little peek. And it was bottles of paint, usually. And they kind of had that smell, didn't they? Yeah, there was a smell. And then before I knew it, I was the teacher saying, "Can you leave the curtain alone, please? There's nothing in there for you." Same printing, green this time. This is a lovely zingy chartreuse. It's lovely. Yeah, it's a backdrop for the Very Hungry Caterpillar, I think. But lots of lovely little prints. So it's got a lovely kind of patchworky feel to it, hasn't it? It's almost like the leaves are appliqued. It'd be really, really nice to border a table runner in this. And I know, look, I'll say it, it's a bit autumny, isn't it, really? It's quite autumny. But this will be gone by autumn. When you want this fabric to make a gorgeous autumn table runner, it will be gone. Half a metre for £6.99 now. That will sit quite happily in your stash. You won't wait until the autumn to make it, will you? It'll be too late then. Now, last of all, we've got that gorgeous print on a black background. This is definitely my favourite of the leaf shades. I just think this is gorgeous on black. Beautiful, beautiful fabric. Now, with other fabrics by the half metre, have a look on pre-order. You can have a look at those on the website. I did want to just show you a couple of books quickly before we go to break. One of them, well, both of them from great designers and friends. So the first one, this is Beth Studley, Mini Patchwork Projects. And this is super cute. Now, I'm used to Beth Studley's patterns being £6.99, £9.99. To get a whole book of projects from Beth for £8.99 is superb. This has surely got to find its way into my library. How cute is that? I would make that 100 times. Some really lovely designs. Love Beth's fabrics too. You've got magnetic holder there, reversible trinket bowls. They're very Beth, aren't they? Lovely. These are the kind of things we'll make a gazillion times. Petalled pin cushion again. How many times would we make that? So many. Hexie needle case, again, very giftable. Some nice little techniques as well. Look, strip piece, cut, perhaps something a little bit different to what you've normally done before, but you're only making something small. It's a good opportunity to try, isn't it? Curvy coaster set. Well, goodness me, that I'm making into a quilt. Those blocks, they're incredible. Look at that. And the Natty notebook cover, I just think is absolutely gorgeous. That is so smart. It's a lovely little book. It's £8.99 and you've got all your full-size templates there as well. That's a terrific price. The other book I wanted to just show you was from my great mate Debbie Shaw. Debbie does brilliant books and has done so many of them too. She's incredible. She's a one-woman library, isn't she? She's a tour de force, I tell you, and just a brilliant work ethic. So creative. This is Debbie Shaw's Brilliant Bags, and here you've got 12 different designs for bags. Trademark style, loads of great photography, loads of, I mean, look at that. Every single page, it's just loads of pictures with instructions in between. Lots of projects in there to fuel your creativity. Just love it. So many techniques. I mean, take this technique, turn it into a cushion. Lots of great ideas there. So all those transferable skills, isn't it? Great. So if you've never done bag making before, great place to start. Now, if you love bag making, of course, don't forget to watch tomorrow, because my second hour, I'm going to do 1 hour with the Country Roads quilt, but also I'm going to be doing an hour on bag making with Bags for Life, and I'm going to be showing you some different bag making techniques. So rather than focusing on one individual bag, we're going to be looking at some of those techniques perhaps that hold you back from wanting to make a bag or make a project. So a useful show to tune into tomorrow for a few top tips. Now, I've got to warn you, the monochrome dog Bailey, half the stock of this gorgeous fella has gone. Okay, it's not until 11 o'clock. We could well start that hour with the monochrome all sold out. If you want to jump ahead onto the web and pre-order the monochrome, I would. It's £21.99. You get your instructions, you get all your fat quarters. All you need to add in is some thread and some Bonder web. We've got that on the show too. But yeah, you might want to pre-order. Now, after the break, we're going to be welcoming Delphine, where she will prove once and for all that life is like a butterfly, with her amazing foundation paper piece cushions. Don't go anywhere, or if you do, make sure you flutter back quickly.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting,
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject, Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and Director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
So excited for this hour. I love, love, love having Delphine as a guest. I always know that she's going to bring something exciting. It's always different. It's always something that inspires me. And I know that she inspires you at home too. So we're in for a great hour. Now, hopefully today will be the day that between the two of us, if you've shied away from foundation paper piecing, today will be the day we finally crack that nut.
Hopefully.
I see it as a personal challenge, and I know you do too. The thing is, I always think you just need to see the project that you want to make, and then you learn the technique in order to achieve it. Because I'm not being funny, but there really isn't any other way that anybody could realistically make those cushions other than foundation paper piecing. So if you don't currently foundation paper piecing, trust me on this, it is worth learning. It is a great technique. We're going to cover it today. Now, because it's the first time we've had foundation paper piecing in for a while, we've got a few extra notions that will be super helpful for when you're doing foundation paper piecing. So let me mention those because they do sell out very, very quickly. Now, one of the things that we all love to use if we do foundation paper piecing regularly is an add a quarter ruler. Now, this is the small, the 2x6. Essentially, both of them do the same sort of job and have the same features. It's a ruler, but what you have down this side, I don't know if you can just see, there is a little lip on the underside, okay, with an extra 1/4 inch sort of marked. You'll see Delphine demo with this, and essentially it's got that a little raised bit underneath, or an indented bit underneath, which locks against the side of your pattern, so you can trim it and leave a 1/4 inch behind when you're trimming your patches down. It is super useful. Probably doesn't make sense until you see it in action, but trust me, it will. So that's £12.99. These always sell out. The next one that we've got is the larger size. This is 2 inches wide, and this is 12 inches in length. Yeah, so this is really useful. Which one out of the two, Delphine, for this project?
I'm using the longer one.
Yeah. If you can, go for the long one, £17.99. That's most useful. If you're doing lots of small foundation paper piecing, the smaller one is better because a smaller ruler is easier to kind of swivel and twist and turn. But yeah, this is the 12-inch one, and this is £17.99. Same principle. You've got your normal sort of ruler functions on one side, but on the other, you've got that little lip so that you can add a 1/4 to your fabrics when you're cutting them out. Back in stock at last. I haven't seen these for months, so super pleased that they're in stock. Very, very useful, those. Now let's jump to the kits and see what we've got here. Now what Delphine's done is designed the butterfly foundation paper piecing pattern. There are 2 cushions, a simplified and a more complex version in the pattern, but the kit extends beyond that. You've got a metre of, this is an ivory, and a metre of ivory solid. Now that's going to be plenty to make both cushions. Yeah, plenty to make both cushions. So that's great. But what you're also getting, and I think this is absolutely key, is you're getting a 10-inch charm pack, 42 pieces in here. Now you're actually going to use just a handful of these if you're going to make the 2 cushions. But this butterfly deserves to be all over a quilt. You learn the process making the cushion. The accent cushions will be amazing in a chair or on the bed, but for me, the star will be making the whole quilt. And I know Delphine would love to see the quilts that you make using these layer cakes or charm packs. These are just amazing. And you would have loads of fabric there in order to do that. Now you're getting your instructions as well. Yours will be all glossy and lovely. This is Delphine's working copy. But as always, you're getting fantastic, detailed, so many photographs, diagrams, how-tos, every part of the process. Full-sized foundations. Oh, this is a placement guide. So you could photocopy this and you could colour it. Use it as a colouring sheet as well. Then full-size foundations, all printed. And speaking as somebody who does a lot of foundation paper piecing, trust me, this easy, easy to foundation paper piece. There's nothing difficult or complicated in this foundation. I know it looks complicated. That's because maybe you're thinking, oh, if I had to piece that with normal templates or rotary cut those pieces, don't worry about it. Don't even go there. The value on the kits is incredible. Let's break it down for you. Instructions on their own, $9.99. $49.99 for a 10-inch charm. We're already over the price. Metre of fabric, £7. So amazing value. Let me just show you the fabrics in this one. So this is Primrose Hill. Now, Delphine's going to be using some of these fabrics for her demo. These are beautiful. Got a lovely kind of shabby chic, soft look. Really suits the theme as well, doesn't it, of the butterfly quilt. Remember, if you wanted to, you could maybe make some cushions. You could make a bed runner with butterflies, would be lovely. And what I'd be inclined to do is just to add some little spacing strips that offset the butterflies a little bit so that they were sort of higher and lower than each other rather than in straight rows. I mean, there's loads you could do with that. It's beautiful. That's $56.49. Now, second bundle that we've got, Community. This is cute. Ah, now Delphine's just pointing. So both of those are made using Community.
Both of those are Community.
Yeah, so the sample, now I would never have thought that looking at the, let me just show you. Have a look at the front of this. Gosh, how interesting. So there's the front, okay. Now can we just have a look at the two finished cushions? That's amazing, yeah? So this is from that charm pack, from that 10-inch charm pack. Amazing. Those colours are fabulous, aren't they? Both of these. Oh, that is beautiful. See, look there on the back. These are the fabrics that you're getting. Aren't they amazing? I love these. Fantastic value in here. You're getting 42 10-inch squares. You're getting a metre of ivory and you're getting the instructions as well. Now, the metre of fabric is enough to make 2 cushions, but if you're already thinking, yeah, from that, I'm definitely on for making a runner or maybe 9 butterfly blocks pieced together to make a wall hanging, I would add maybe an extra metre and a half of the ivory solid in with your order, and then you leave that alone. You've got that, that's plenty. You've got your instructions. You can make a gazillion blocks. Amazing value in these packs. They really, really are. So that's our second option. That's called Community. Our final option, now you've also got some samples made out of this, haven't you? You have been busy.
I've been very busy, always.
Do you sleep?
No.
Not a lot, not a lot. This one's called Petals and Pedals. How joyful is that? And this one is a really quirky mix. It's mostly floral, but then you've got these sort of fabrics here that have got bicycle wheels. How cool is that? Some bicycles here and some script fabric. Well, you know me with fabrics with words on. I'm not quite sure what the words say, but I imagine it's something like pedal along the way or something like that. Gorgeous though. Look at those samples. Spring and summer. Absolutely gorgeous. What's lovely about buying fabric like this is that you get all the fabrics from a range, you get all the different scales. So where we might be naturally drawn to just maybe like the larger prints or maybe the smaller prints, you get all of the different scales that the designers put into a range, and that's really useful because it will bring your projects to life, having those different scales. I think that's fab. Great range of colours here as well, aren't there? Because here you've got a sort of lovely kind of bright, fresh, quite summery, greens, reds, yellows. Love that. In community, you've got a kind of pastel rainbow. It's not dissimilar to the colourways that Tula Pink uses, the pinks, the mangoes, the greens, the blues. And then you've got a sort of shabby chic option in the Primrose Hill, which has got those lovely soft teals and coral pinks and taupes. So I think there's something for everyone here. Now, instructions on their own. I have to tell you, half the stock has already gone. We had a lot, but they've been super popular. If you don't, or if you want to use your own fabrics, maybe you've got scraps. It's a great scrappy project, isn't it? You could also include some of your favourite fabrics. You could add embellishments to this. You could do your scrappy, a scrappy version. Absolutely lovely. You could even do sort of like, you know, specifically coloured versions, maybe to reflect some real butterflies. Maybe embroider their names underneath in Latin. How posh. Gorgeous. Make sure you're checking out your basket though, because these are absolutely, pardon the pun, flying. Now, one thing that we do love is Carol Doak's foundation paper. You get 100 sheets in this pack. It's a perfect paper for doing foundation piecing on. It's very lightweight. You can run it through a printer. So you could scan the design into your printer, print one out on regular paper just to make sure it's printing out the right size, and then you can print. And also then you see you've got the option, I don't know, would you fit 2 onto one page, Delphine? Some of them.
Yes, you could.
You might, mightn't you? Yeah. Yeah, some of those, for example, you could get 2 on a page. And then they tear away really, really easily. You get 100 sheets, it's $14.99. To give you some of this to actually use, Delphine. Have you ever tried it?
No, I
It's
haven't.
fab. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's non-coated, so your fabric doesn't slip and slide, especially when you're placing that first bit of fabric.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. Anyway, I think let's introduce Delphine.
Hello,
If you
hello.
don't know her already. Hello, my darling.
Hello,
How are
hello.
you?
Happy New Year.
Happy New
Year,
Year.
everybody.
Oh, it's so lovely to have you back.
It's good to
Is
be
this your
back.
first show of the year?
It is, yeah. I know. Doesn't feel like it. I feel like I haven't stopped.
Hurrah and welcome back.
Yeah.
Now, we know you really well for things like free motion, applique and amazing art quilts and things like that. Foundation paper piecing, when did that all start?
I've dabbled. I've dabbled a few times. I did the Union Jack cushions in FPP. Sometimes I just quite like how precise it all is, you know.
Yeah.
So and so when I was just showing a few
dabble.
fabric, right? Yeah, I'd like a dabble.
Yeah, not really.
And I just came up with this idea, and
Gorgeous.
do you know, it actually started off with a drawing on the back of a piece of paper in the green room when I was last in. And then I sort of developed it from there, because obviously it's a little bit of a puzzle, isn't it? And then put it together, but it, like I say, it's a really simple pattern. So if you're new to it, it's really easy. All you got to do is sew in a straight line.
Yeah. I mean,
That's all
I
you gotta do.
recommend foundation paper piecing to absolute beginners because actually sewing on a printed line,
Exactly,
following the line,
yeah.
I mean, is as simple and basic as it gets,
Exactly,
doesn't
yeah.
it?
You can slow your machine down a little bit if you want to, but that's like that's all it is sewn on a straight
You're
line.
going to demystify foundation paper piecing for us
It's
today,
easy,
aren't you?
It's easy, yeah. Anyone
It's just
can do it.
sometimes the process can throw people a little bit, but this is such an adaptable pattern, isn't it? You've made cushions out of it, and they are absolutely beautiful.
I'd love if it's like you say. I don't have. I'm very, very busy. If I'd had the time, I would have made the whole quilt out of it. So that's why I wanted to give you a little bit of a sample of how what it could look like.
Well, that's why it's so
quilt.
great having the 10-inch charm packs with the kit, because that then gives you so many more options than if you just got enough fabric to make something small. I mean, make the cushions first.
Yeah.
And I love the fact as well that we've got 2 sizes there, a rectangular and a square. Will you talk us through how you did that as well, just briefly in a bit? That'd be ace. So tell us, where do we get started?
So obviously you get your pattern. You can photocopy it, scan it in, whatever. You can put it on the FFP paper, which obviously that's what it's designed to do, or you can just get your normal
Printer paper.
printer paper.
Yeah.
So you just trim it down. So you've got like the first wing like this. So make sure you trim all the way around the edges, but it's all in the instructions anyway. And all you've got to do is be able to count from 1 to 16, because that's how many pieces we're going to be using. So to do the rectangular cushion, I actually completed every single segment. But if you wanted to do one a little bit easier, you could just cover the whole of the wing. But I'll talk about that a little bit more as we go on. So to start off with, each piece, you're always going to make sure that when you cut your pieces out to use, make sure you've got plenty to cover the whole of each segment by at least 1/4 inch. So always, you will have a little bit of scraps, but then you can use that for a later project anyway. But
I always think the end justifies the means.
that's it, exactly.
Yeah,
so,
it's not wasting fabric if you produce something that's beautiful.
Exactly that, yeah. So don't be worried about cutting them a little bit too big, because it's best to cut them too big and then.
I just want to warn you at home, I need to tell you very quickly, 10 copies of the instructions on their own left. You need to check out very, very quickly if you want it. And also Primrose Hill, which is this one, the shabby chic, most popular. Again, if you're loving the shabby chic vibe, I'd hop onto the web now and grab yours and check out while it's still available. Sorry, Delphine.
That's all right. No problem.
You're very popular as always.
Oh, it's nice, isn't it? They're a nice bunch. So yes, make sure you've got you cut out all your. I just cut my pieces as I went along rather than do loads of prep. Another thing you need is, I'm not going to show you the cereal, but just a piece of card.
Oh, I want to see what the cereal is now.
Special K.
Lovely.
It was Cocoa Pops last time.
Well, it's nice to know you're ringing the changes.
Yeah. So roughly about 3 inches by 6 inches, maybe a little bit bigger, just longer than the biggest piece. So yeah, just cut yourself a little bit of card. Make sure it's got a nice straight edge. Obviously you're going to use your add a 1/4 ruler. If you haven't, that's no problem. You can use a normal ruler, but this just makes things a lot faster. That's all. And obviously your rotary cutter as well. So to get your first piece, so just choose which piece you want to use first, and you're going to be sewing on the printed side. So your pieces need to go onto the blank side. So if I just turn that over, that is wrong side of the fabric to wrong side of the paper. Now, I just pin it, but if you want to, if you've got any EPP glue or anything like that, it's handy to start off with your very first one. Just give it a little bit of a dab, and that just helps keep it in place. But I'm quite a fan of the flat-headed pins. When you pin, you want to make sure that you're pinning away from the sewing line as well. So that's my first piece, pretty much already in place. Now, to begin the process, you're going to lay your card, let me just move that just there. You're going to lay your card in between number 1 and 2. So you're going to lay that on, and all you're going to do is fold it back. Add your
So that's your
1/4 inch.
overhang.
That's your overhang, and you just trim that off.
Now, would you just show just how the add a 1/4 ruler locks against the cardboard?
So you've got like a little lip. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a little lip just there on the ruler.
Yeah.
And so you just turn it upside down, and it just locks. So you can see I'm trying to push that. It's not moving anywhere. It's locked perfectly in place, and that's going to give you the perfect 1/4 inch. There you go. Yes, perfect.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
So that's all ready for my next piece. So I'll select my next piece of fabric.
Now, have you got a plan there, Delphine? Are you random?
I started off I'm just, because I've already made one earlier, I'm I'm trying to make it so it matches, so I can show you a nice pretty butterfly at the end. So again, when you pin through all 3 layers, but make sure that pin, so my sewing line is here, make sure you pin well out of the way because you don't want to be sewing over anything. And you can always have it up to the light just to make sure you know that piece is going to be covered. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And all I'm going to do now is sew from that line there all the way to the bottom. So right over that line. I'm going to shorten my stitch length to 1, so it's really, really short, so it's easier for the paper to come away.
Got you.
If you forget to do that, it's fine, it's no problem, but just take care tearing the paper off at the end. So there we go.
So it's sort of sewing the fabrics and perforating the paper in one go.
Yes, yeah. So
Great.
make sure you've got a sharp needle in your machine. So put a brand new needle in. Make sure you've got a full bobbin and a full spool, because if you run out halfway through and you've got to go over that line again, your paper will be ripped.
Right.
So be prepared.
Oh, that's a good tip. I like that. Well, the snazzy machine you're sewing on there, Delphine.
It's posh, isn't she?
What's that you've got there?
The 720.
Very nice from Elna.
Yeah. Yes.
Very nice.
There we are. So that first piece is already in place.
Gorgeous.
So then you're going to put it back.
Yep.
Press it down with your fingers. If you've got a little roller, then that's fine. Or just have your iron at the ready.
Yeah, you can iron as well. This is when, for me, the June Taylor
really comes in its own.
Brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely superb.
There we are. So then I'm going to just simply do the exact same thing. I'm now going to go put it on the line in between 2 and 3. Fold it back. Add your 1/4 inch ruler and trim away.
Brilliant.
So that's 1 and 2 already in place there.
And here's the news flash. That is foundation paper piecing.
And that's it.
That's it.
That's it. I'm going home.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We've already made you a drink. You can relax now. So, and yes, of course, there are foundation patterns which have hundreds of little tiny pieces and little sections that you pick and put together, and but this is simple, straightforward, easy, beautifully designed. Lisa's messaged in to say, I've been sewing all my life but really struggle with foundation paper piecing, which is annoying because there's some amazing patterns out there. Okay, Lisa, I want to ask you a question back. What is it that you're struggling with? Tell us what it is that's struggling, that you struggle with, and what's holding you back. And between us, we'll try and solve that problem today while we're on air. So message back and tell us what you're struggling with. A message from Mary. Are the charm packs available separately from Mary? Mary, they're not, I'm afraid. But when they are available, they're $49.99. So, yeah. You are. You're just paying, is it $7.49? $6.49? £6.50, yeah. You're actually only paying £6.50 for the instructions and a metre of ivory fabric. So if you love one of these charm packs, I would buy the kit because you're still getting a metre of ivory fabric. Hurrah, fabulous. And you're getting Delphine's amazing pattern. You don't do it foundation paper piecing, give it to somebody who does. But, I mean, I hopefully will manage to encourage you to try it. I just think, and I totally agree with what Lisa said. There are so many amazing designs out there. I couldn't bear to not be able to access them because there was a skill I needed to learn. Stephanie, morning, Stuart and Delphine. Does sewing through paper dull the needle more often? Thanks for a super easy demo.
I haven't, I'm going to be honest, I haven't changed my needle since even when I did
1963.
I think I change them when I break them. So,
oh, you naughty girl.
So, and it's made no difference to, so don't at me for that. But no, I haven't changed mine and it's sewn fine and I sew every day, so it's fine. You can always have one that you use for FFP and then one for
Well, I
something
always
else.
say change your needle every 8 hours, 8 hours of sewing time.
Do you?
Can we
You
just
are
catch
good.
Delphine's reaction to that, please? Do it again. Yes, every 8 hours
no.
sewing time, change your needle. And for for machine quilting and foundation piecing, foundation paper piecing, change your needle every 6 hours of sewing time.
Yeah.
Now, the machine that Delphine's using, yeah, right, says Delphine, is on screen. It's the Elna Excellent 720 Pro sewing machine. It is an incredible machine, right?
It is literally a game changer for sewing for me. Definitely.
Tell me why. What's different?
It's just so easy. It's fast,
Yeah.
really fast. You just don't notice the difference until you go from. I've gone from a Fiesta to a Lamborghini. You know?
Right.
So it's and it's just effortless. It just does everything really, really quickly. The free motion, which I love to do, is
Yeah.
just so easy on it. No problems with it at whatsoever.
Incredible, yeah.
I mean, it's 1,250 stitches a minute.
That's
That's how
terrific.
quick, you know.
Well, Delphine Brooks needs that.
I do. I'm busy. Got a lot to
You're a
do.
busy woman.
I am.
And also that metal constructions as
It's
well. It's
solid.
so solid,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
Incredible. It's
It doesn't
brilliant.
shake around when when you sometimes with my old machine especially, if I foot to the floor, the whole house would shake.
You're a pedal to the metal
I am a
person,
pedal,
right? Me
yeah.
too.
Yeah, so like you say, it doesn't move around at all.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Michelle's with you. I'm terrible. I don't change my needle until I break it either. Or I change the fabric like denim. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, changing the needle, it does make a difference. I tell you, I must just, a funny confession now. I've been sewing on my Elna 680 for, I'm not going to say how long because I'm too ashamed, but I'd never cleaned it out because I didn't know how to remove the needle plate on that machine. I've got 7 machines and I swapped between them. Anyway, it had stopped sewing nicely. It wasn't feeding the fabric.
Oh, was it full of lint?
And I thought, I need to... Oh my goodness.
No, I've done
the
that
feed dogs,
before.
where they should be sort of castellated like this with gaps that go down, those gaps were completely full to the top with packed lint. So it was just a flat surface. No wonder it wasn't carrying the fabric through.
I quite like picking the lint out of the machine.
Yeah, I will do from now on, I promise. I'll promise to do that regularly if you promise to change your needle. more
Yeah,
often.
deal.
Yeah?
I did get a pack of needles for Christmas. I'm so lucky.
Did you?
So maybe even Nick's giving me
Was
a
that
bit.
from your husband?
Yeah.
What a romantic.
Oh, I know. I'm so lucky.
Well, at least he knows you.
I got that in a pack of rotary refill pack.
Oh, well, now that's a great Christmas present
Yeah.
for a quilter. Morag's message, and I want to send you some love, Morag. I'm just going to blow you a kiss. Sorry I'm late. Bad night. 2 slipped discs in her lower back. Oh, you poor thing. This is what I want to master this year. I struggle with getting the fabric the right way. It's that first piece of fabric, isn't it?
It is, just taking your time with that first piece. It's, like I say, the glue does help by just giving it a bit of a dab, and then it stops it from moving around as much. But once you've done that first piece, I mean, I'm already going on to number 6 already since we've been doing this.
It's just that first bit right side up, isn't it? Piece number
Yeah.
1, pretty side up.
Yeah,
And then, as always when we sew fabric, pretty much, right sides together
yeah.
from then on.
So like I said, I'm on to number 6 now.
Amazing. You're motoring away. Lisa's message back. It's the process of working with the paper and where to put the fabric.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know why. I can do lots of complicated sewing technique. I think it's practice, isn't it? It's just
It
doing
is,
it.
and just being really generous with the fabric pieces. That's all it is. And once you've done a couple, you sort of get into a bit of a rhythm and a bit of a habit.
Yeah.
Things like we would normally pin here, wouldn't we?
Yeah,
But just making sure you pin just right out the way.
yeah. Just to
And-
hold the fabric in place.
Yeah.
And the game changer for me with foundation paper piecing was learning Carol Doak's technique of the postcard or the piece of card, folding the paper back, and then they add a quarter ruler to trim that away. Carol, who brought it, brings out the paper, she brought in that technique probably 20 years ago, and I happened to learn it because I bought one of her books, and it included a CD-ROM. Remember the days? with a video of her. This was before YouTube, and she taught you how to paper piece. And if I could, I'd have kissed her through the screen, because instantly it was like, okay, now I know where to place the fabric.
Yeah.
Because up until that point, it was just you sew a big piece of fabric on, and then it's just, where does the next bit go? Oh, well, I'll just try it there. And you ended up with all this fabric in the back, or you had to go back in and trim it with scissors afterwards. And the add a quarter ruler is a game changer. Trimming as you go, game changing. And like you said, Delphine, big pieces of fabric.
Yeah, I mean, you will. Everyone makes the odd little mistake, and you just think, oh, just couldn't. You're being a bit stingy with the fabric, but just as long as you don't mind by having a little bit of, well, like you say, it's not waste, because you can use all the scraps again for other things, or even, you know, the placement guides that we put on there. If you're really, really brave, the placement guide in the butterfly.
Oh
FPP,
yeah, I was thinking that.
You could do an even smaller mini butterfly.
Yeah.
So if anything, it's 2 patterns in.
I was thinking exactly that, actually. I'll just show you.
That on its own will look. So someone please do the placement guide. If you,
I'm just
if you
thinking, I know it would be quite big, but a pin cushion.
Yeah.
Just that. That
or
is
on
beautiful.
a little purse or something.
Like, oh, that would be nice on a purse.
Yeah.
That is gorgeous.
If I ever have a spare hour, I'll do it.
Could you?
Even Kat's laughing at me, look.
Oh, if I can take that home, I'll make that. I'd make that in an instant. Beautiful. Now, this would be more challenging to sew, and I'll show you why. Because if you look here, where you've got like these, where they come together, lots of seams come together at the same place. What you would need to do there is where Delphine's trimming her seam allowance to 1/4 inch, you do that, add your next piece, but then you need to go back in after you've sewn and trim it down to 1/8 of an inch each time. But you must do that after you've sewn each seam rather than before, just to reduce the bulk. But that would be beautiful. So that's a bonus pattern.
It is, bonus pattern.
Can I just have a little flick through some lovely fabric? I love this Primrose Hill. So pretty. I'm just planning actually some sort of shabby chic bedroom set. This would be perfect. Lots of ivory and white. The butterfly motif itself, Delphine, it's a really lovely kind of, I don't know, it's joyful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something it's got so many connotations.
Think of springs, isn't it?
And also as well, it's that sort of like transformation of, you know, caterpillar to butterfly as well. It's starting a new life. A message from Carol. I always trace the lines onto the back of the templates, the foundations, and I find it makes it easy to place the fabric. That's a good idea.
That's a good idea, yeah.
Like two-sided.
Yeah.
Love that tip, Carol. Message from Sue. Thanks for all your helpful hints, Stuart and Delphi. Did you say exactly where you start and stop the sewing line? Thanks, Susan in New York.
Yeah, so I'll just get the next piece here now, which is, so I have got a sort of a plan going on. So I'm just pin that on now, and then I'll show you where I'm going to sew. Where's my pin gone? There we are. So sewing right out, pinning right out the way. Okay, so we're now at line number 7. So I'm going to start right on that corner. So this piece here, that's number 12. So I don't want to sew into number 12. So you start directly on that line. So ideally, if your machine's got a needle down button, you can sort of go put your needle down right on that point first. And then I'm going to sew and stop at 13. So just sew right at that line. And you don't need to do any reverse stitches or anything like that, because it's such a small stitch.
Yeah. Anne should message in just to say, I've struggled a bit actually, because where I've started and finished right on the line, I've ended up with little gaps, little holes. When I foundation piece, I must admit, I do go over the line into the next patch. And then when you come to do that patch, when you fold your foundation back over your cardboard, you kind of tear it back and then put your next piece on. Try both. Try both.
Yes.
Question from Sylvia. Good morning. What size needle would I use for foundation paper piecing, please?
I'm just using the standard machine, standard needle.
Do you know what size it is?
No.
Maybe an 80? Yeah.
It's usually an 80, isn't it, in the standard machine?
There's no reason to change your needle just because it's going through paper. No. So a regular, I love a Microtex needle. I've said it before, I'll say it again. They're the best needles for me. Super sharp and slim, so they pierce. But I would use probably an 80. Message from Suja. Morning, Suja. Hello. Masterclass and clever tips from Delphine and you, Stuart. Thanks a lot, Suja.
Ah, nice.
That's what we're here for, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So, can we just see how far you've got? I mean, it really is building up.
So it's building up really, really quickly.
Really
I've nearly finished the wings. I was going to say, actually, so say if you wanted to give the butterfly a different look, so say if you didn't want to do every single piece, you could maybe do every 2. So the little segments are actually wider.
Oh, yeah.
So you can adjust the pattern to suit yourself. Or you could even do all of this bit in like the ivory and then the surrounding bits in, you know, you could swap it over, couldn't you?
Yeah.
So that would look really nice on a quilt. So you mix them up.
It's a very adaptable pattern, isn't it? Really adaptable. You can only get the pattern now in a kit. The pattern on its own sold out long ago. Favourite kit is still Primrose Hill. I'm still flicking. It's absolutely gorgeous. Or bought the 720 5 months ago. Just started to use it. Lots of us do that.
You just sit and look at it for a bit, yeah.
I bet you were straight in the box, weren't you, Delphine?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The whole family was round, even the boys were watching.
Oh.
Very excited.
Would you mind, when you've got a moment, just showing us how the needle threader works?
Yeah.
Do you use the needle threader?
I do.
Yeah. Do you mind just showing how the needle threader works? Because Julie had messaged in to say the needle threader defeated her.
So I've just taken the thread out of the needle, obviously, and you don't want too long of a tail. You want quite a short tail. If it's too long, it just gets all clumped up at the back. So what I tend to do is just cut it first, like that, and then you've got this little, I don't know if you can see it because my finger's in this way, there's this little, like, almost like a hook.
Yep, can see that.
So you just put it down, you hold it with one hand, and then press down, and there you go.
That's it.
That's it.
Do you mind just doing it one more time, please?
So, not too much of a tail.
Oh, great. Just hang on 1 second. Let
you can
Jessie
see
get
that.
in focus. Beautiful.
I'm glad I got my nails done.
Oh, so am I. They look fabulous, by the way.
Charming cherry.
I was going to say, is it Fandango Pink? What's it called?
Charming cherry.
Oh, lovely.
Am I good to go?
Yeah, go for it.
And then press down, and then there you are.
And that's it.
And that's it.
It's as in focus as we're getting. Why can't we have that blurry when you're on my face, eh? Thanks so much. You've given me a light bulb moment with the cardboard and the 1/4-inch ruler. I knew it. It's true. It's game changing.
It is. It really is.
I want to buy the pattern, but sadly missed out this time. Oh, Lisa, you can still get the pattern in the kit, but that is the only way it's available at the moment, I'm afraid. But it is a game changer.
So nearly
could use this charm for so much, couldn't you? Look at these lovely taupe shades. They're beautiful. Love these.
There we go. So where are we now? We've only got another 2 pieces to add. Where's my cardboard? There we go. And also with you could also change the look of the butterfly by not doing all the segments in the patterned fabric in the charm packs. You could, for example, with this one, I only went up to 11.
Okay.
And on that one, I went up to 12. So you can choose. I explain it all in the instructions as well.
But you can. Yeah. You've got some bigger sections. Haven't you?
So you can change. You can change the whole look of it. So let's say it's really, really.
It's ever such a clever pattern. I love it. Yeah.
So 2 more pieces to add. So when you position your pieces as well. So if you're not sure, just by holding it up to the light, you can see that it will definitely fit.
Yeah.
And the longer the piece is, just have a few extra pins to stop it from bunching up underneath.
Yeah. Would you normally pin?
I do on this. I do.
Normally, though.
No, I'm not usually a pinner. On really small pieces, I won't bother.
No,
but,
I wouldn't.
But on this, I would, the bigger
Yeah.
ones.
And I think as well, I'm just going to, if I may, I'm just going to grab your larger.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Let me just show you this one. Now here, Delphine's used 4 blocks. This is using the Petals and Pedals charm, which I just think is fabulous, to make 4 blocks sewn together. I mean, that would make the most gorgeous big pillow, but you could also keep extending that and make bigger blocks. You could also do what Delphine's done for the square cushion, and I'm assuming, did you add like a piece top and bottom?
Yeah, just I think I put in the instruction. I think it's a 2.5 inch to the top and bottom. That's it.
And then you can make a square
And then
block.
it makes an 18-inch block.
Nice.
Yeah.
The other thing, of course, is you could just add that strip to the bottom or the top of a block, and then when you put them together, the butterflies will be slightly off-centered, which would also look fun. And loads of lovely ways you could quilt this too.
This is where he gets all excited. Look.
Well, I know, I was going to say, you're the mistress of the free motion quilting. Come on. Different ways you might quilt this.
Yeah, so I just did that echo with this one. I just did the echo stitch around the butterfly. And then this I just did really, really small free motion.
Yeah.
And then I added a little border.
And then the other one?
I just used a friction pen and
Yep.
I drew lines about 3/4 of an inch apart, and then I used lengthened my stitch to about 4.5, and then just sewn over the lines.
Yeah, straight lines, like matchstick quilting
Yeah,
kind
and I
of
went
thing.
all the way through it as well.
Now we have another in the style of Destiny's Child question. Between you, both we have a question. Between you, both you and Delphine are a wealth of information. Well, we can certainly talk, can't we, Delphine?
We certainly can.
We'll have a go. Please, can you tell me how the foundation paper pieced butterfly or other is applied to the main fabric? Well, it's pieced, isn't it?
It's all pieced. I'm actually moving on to the plain fabric now. Once I've sewn this last piece on, I'll be moving on to that bit actually.
Yeah,
So that's come at a very
this is the
good time.
magical thing though, isn't it? That you can piece these. I mean, you often see blocks that look almost like, okay, so that's a pliqué, and then you take a closer look and they're all pieced. And trust me, and I speak for me, but chip in, Delphi, I wouldn't do this any other way.
No, you certainly wouldn't get the accuracy, I don't think.
I mean,
at
I've
all.
seen some nice blocks done with stitch and flip.
But it's you wouldn't get the same.
But no.
Look how straight those lines are.
Yeah.
You know, it's no, I was really pleased.
Now,
with
don't
that.
forget, if you want these same colourway that Delphine's used for her samples, those beautiful butterfly cushions, that's called Community. That's the Community bundle. I've actually, we've got the charm open, so I'm going to have a little flick. Just in one corner. These are lovely. Oh, that's cute. Look at that with the little hearts. That's lovely. It's brand new. These small scale prints work really well for foundation paper piecing. Really lovely. And we've got various options, haven't we? These are super. Love these. Lots of lovely florals and some fun prints too of the kids playing. I mean, you might not use all of these prints in every, design you do, but they'll find their way into a project. Love that one. They'll find their way into a project. Did you enjoy working with this?
Yeah, it was really, really good. Like you say, it's
Fun one, isn't
I just
it?
get them all out and I sort of like fan them out.
Yeah.
And then so you can sort of see them all together, because the work's already been done with the charm pack.
Really
or,
has.
anything like that. You don't need to mix them all up because it's already been thought of. So.
Like the way you've done that kind of ombre, pastel, rainbow style, love it.
And that was literally in the way that they were put together in the pack. So
Fabulous.
I
Fabulous.
could have lied and said, oh, it was all me, but no, I didn't.
Well, you did make all the decisions and you designed the block. Yeah, you're amazing with your colours. They just look gorgeous together. That is beautiful, isn't it? absolutely beautiful. Where have we got to, Delphine?
I'm actually on number 12 now, so I've nearly finished.
Now the Primrose Hill details are on screen. Remember, you're getting the Primrose Hill from Hello Melly. You're getting your 10-inch layer cake charm pack. You're getting your metre of ivory solid, and you're getting your instructions. Remember, it's the only way to get them now. Instructions on their own have sold out. You are making a saving by doing that. And remember, you've got enough fabric in that 10-inch charm pack to make a quilt. Yes, you'll need to add some extra solid for sure, probably another 2 metres, something like that, 1.5 metres, 2 metres, depending on what size. So in answer to the question, how do you get the wings onto the background? It's those last few patches.
It's these last few patches. So I've gone from 12, now I'm going to 13. Now the only piece that needs to, you sort of already pointed it out a bit earlier on actually, is to make sure that you pin really well is between 11 and 13. That's just to cover where all those joints are, what you said earlier. So make sure you pin really well on that one. I've already done number 12. I'm just going on to 13, only a few more to go.
And the great thing as well, you haven't cut anything complicated. It's squares and rectangles, isn't it?
That's it.
And it really is just about sewing on a straight line. No curves either.
No.
We're not sewing round curves.
So it's very nearly done. It will come together in the next minute or so, I think.
Yeah, Barbara's asked if we could use a design roll for, do we need pieces a bit wider than 2.5 inches?
There is a couple of pieces where you do need a bit bigger, but I suppose you could, if you've got the same design roll, you could actually just sew those together before you went and did the bigger piece. But the majority of it is about 2.5 inches. It's number 16, I think.
Yeah, and that would only be for the background, wouldn't it? Yeah, so if you were using a solid for the background,
yeah, it should be fine.
Then for the wings of the butterfly, 2.5-inch strip roll would be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Simple butterfly, you wouldn't.
The simple butterfly.
You wouldn't be able to use 2.5-inch strips for that. But for the pieced one, definitely. I want to make this. It's gorgeous.
There you
love
go.
It.
That's yours.
Yeah, can I?
Yeah.
Yeah, love to. I want to make the little tiny one.
Yeah, definitely. I think you should definitely make it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Oh, yeah. Would it be wrong to make it out of bumblebee fabric?
No, you really like that bumblebee fabric.
Confusing, isn't it? I'm livid why I didn't get it to play with. I want it to play with. This 5-inch squares are brilliant.
You can't go wrong with bumblebees, can you?
You really can't.
No.
You really can't. I want to have bees when I retire.
I know, I heard you say that.
Make honey and...
Oh, but
you're meant to tell bees your like family, what happens in your family.
Are you?
Yeah. If there's a birth or a death, you have to tell the bees first.
Why?
Because otherwise they'll fly away.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. and like Victorian, pre-Victorian, if somebody died, they would put black crepe fabric over the beehives because the bees would mourn. Yeah.
Oh,
it's cute, isn't it? Love all that kind of folklore. It's cute. Can we have bees next time, please, Delphine? Could you do a bee cushion?
I did a bee a while ago.
Do another one, please,
okay,
for me.
I'll do another one.
Thank you.
What, FPP or?
Yeah.
Okay.
FPP.
An FPP bee.
Thank you. With a beehive. We just throw these requests in, don't we? Last time you were here, we all asked for a dog. When you were doing Poppy the cat, we all asked for a dog, and here you are with a dog.
That's it.
Very excited to see that. So that's it. Last bit on.
One more bit.
Okay.
One more bit now.
Now, don't worry at home. This is looking a bit, raggedy around the edges, isn't it? The magic is when you trim it down, isn't it? Amazing.
So I'm on my last piece now.
Oh, Julie's suggested maybe use some Liberty Lawn for the small
Ooh.
foundation paper piece.
Lovely. That would look
be
beautiful.
gorgeous. Yeah, little Alice Caroline charm pack would do that nicely, wouldn't it? Just hoping somebody might leave one in my dressing room saying that. I do get things left in my dressing room all the time, actually. It's usually work. But, you know, if anybody wants to leave snacks or Liberty fabric, that would be fine.
Okay, last few bits on now. Because I've done my nails, I can't pick up the bits.
Ah, cheeky cherry.
Nice enough. I thought everyone was having these really wintry colours, and I was like, oh no,
Oh no.
something nice and bright.
Keep your poison purple, I want cheeky cherry.
Well, they keep my nails, because my nails are really brittle, so
All right, okay.
I have them done to keep them stronger.
Yeah. A message from Diane. Hi, Stuart and Delphine. Oh, yeah. I finally finished the fairy dust quilt.
Oh,
Yay! Put sequins on. My granddaughter loves it. Happy Nana from Diane in Oldham.
oh, bless
that's
her.
lovely. This is the lovely thing, isn't it? We can make quilted gifts for so many people in our lives. These butterfly cushions or a quilt would be the most beautiful gift, wouldn't they?
Oh, they
If
would.
Somebody was getting married, special
Yeah.
birthday.
And especially for a little granddaughter, like a little runner across the bed.
That would be smashing.
That'd be really cute.
And we could add things like hot fix crystals, beads.
Oh, I do like to embellish.
Yeah? What would you recommend?
Oh, but I think crystals would look really
Crystals
nice.
would be amazing.
Because I didn't
Now,
put any antennae on.
hold up with that trimming.
Oh.
Need to see this.
Okay.
Need to see this. Hold up, Delphine Brooks.
So the add a quarter wool is that good. It will even do it against the paper without the cardboard on. So you're
Because
just going
there
to
is
trim.
no 1/4 inch seam allowance around the outside of your foundation, right?
No, there isn't. So I have said you can trim up towards the paper if you want to, but if you're piecing them together, it's easier to just add the 1/4 inch all the way around. So there's my finished block. There we go.
And now it looks like a butterfly wing. Look at that. Look at that. That is lovely.
And then if I just add in, so you'll just do the same
Have
process.
you already done the other ones?
I have. So
Oh,
I can put it
Delphine.
together. So that's, here we go.
Look at
So
that. Leah.
if I've got time, I can quickly put it together. It would only take me
Oh,
2
yes,
minutes.
please. Susan has sent in a message. Good morning, Stuart and
There we
Delphine.
go.
I'm totally new to foundation paper piecing. I got a light box. What a difference to my accuracy.
Yeah, it would actually. Yeah, make things a lot easier when you're
They're a
placing
great
the
bit
piece.
of kit.
Yeah.
They're a great bit of kit. That looks amazing. So you just, there's
So
the
what
body
I'll-
to go in.
So what I will do now is this piece right sides together with a normal 1/4 inch seam. You haven't got to take the paper off just yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going
sew
to
those.
just
You're going to pin it?
no.
Oof. Sylvia's messaged in. I hope this isn't a silly question. Now, you know there are no silly questions here. What is the difference between stitch and flip and foundation paper piecing? That's a brilliant question. Delphine, do you want to take that one?
You can take that one. I don't do. I've never done a stitch and flip.
Fine, no problem.
So I'll be talking about something that I don't do. So.
Okay, easy. Right. So, foundation paper piecing, you're sewing your fabric to a piece of paper. Stitch and flip, you're sewing fabric to fabric, and what you're doing generally, maybe, say for example, you've got a rectangle or a big square, okay, and you want a little triangle corner. Rather than cutting a weird template with the triangle missing and another triangle and sewing them together, which you might have done with templates, you cut the big square, you cut another smaller square, put it over the top, stitch across the diagonal, stitch, and then flip the fabric back and press it, and then just trim away the background. So both really useful techniques. I suppose the thing is, it's like with most hobbies, the more techniques you learn, you put them into your toolbox. I always call these skills toolbox skills, because then when you come to make something, you might think, okay, The wings I'm going to do with foundation paper piecing. The body I'm going to do with stitch and flip, for example, or whatever. It was a great question, thank you. Now, the add a quarter ruler, 2" by 12" we've got, it's £17.99. We've only got less than 15 available. It's only just back in stock. They've only come back in stock today. Very, very useful piece of kit, this. We've seen Delphine use it throughout. Makes the whole process so much easier. The other thing as well that Carol Doak does is, I don't know if I can describe, but what she does is, like with the smaller one, she uses a piece of masking tape and she masking tapes this to her cardboard, so like her postcard.
Okay.
She masking tape to create a hinge. So then the ruler hinges back, she puts it against her foundation, folds it over, flips the ruler down and cuts.
Oh, clever.
I know. Was that CD-ROM? I'm telling you. Somebody should bring them back. Forget YouTube.
I'm just adding my last piece on now. There you go. Ooh. Where were you? Oh no, you're there, you're there. There we are. Just trim that
Love that technique actually of not having to sew through paper when you're joining your units. Look at that.
All done. Oh, I didn't. Make sure you line that bit up. Ignore that bit. Take your time. Make sure you line those two bits up first.
Oh, Delphine, we love everything you do.
I'll unpick that and re-put that on.
Yeah,
but then
it's beautiful.
All you do then to take it off, you can see how quickly it comes off.
Yeah, that's put an old movie on the telly.
Oh, I like this bit.
It's great, isn't it?
But you can see how easy it comes away. But make sure you shorten that stitch length though.
You can hear it tearing so easily because of the perforations, can't you?
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like this is what I mean about making sure you've got a full bobbin and a full spool, because it pretty much rips it as it sews.
Does your machine have a thread cutter?
Yes.
Do you use that as you're going along?
All the time.
Yeah. Brilliant, brilliant feature. If yours hasn't, just have a little pair of scissors next to you. Trim your threads as you go along, because otherwise it'll just be a massive thread. Now, I've got some really, really good news to share with you all. If you missed out on the instructions on their own, back in stock. Go, go, go. Right.
So yeah, you just keep doing
Brilliant,
that.
Brilliant. So pleased
back.
about that. So pleased about that. If you need to pop onto go to the website or the call centre, get your order in. That is gorgeous.
And just even from the back, look how tidy it looks.
Yeah.
It just fans out.
It's that trimming, isn't it, as you go?
Yeah. Really, really tidy bit of sewing there.
I shall need my tweezers for doing the little one to remove the little
You
bits of
will.
paper. Just a good tip though, if you've got some, you know the tweezers that you get that have the really fine points on them, those are useful. If you do a lot of foundation paper piecing, just for getting like where there are lots of seams crossing over, to get those little tiny bits of paper out. You could also, of course, have you ever foundation pieced on lightweight interfacing?
No, actually I haven't. I just usually do it on the paper because I couldn't put it out straight out the printer. But
exactly, you have to hand trace onto that, but then you leave the interfacing in, so there's no tearing out at the end.
Yeah.
If you're in a small queue on the phone lines, don't worry, they will get to you very, very quickly, I'm sure. It's gone very, very busy all of a sudden. It's your fault, Delphine. I'm going to blame you.
You can blame me.
They did sell out right at the start of the hour, so we've been working all hour to try and get more stock so that you can get your pattern. So that's brilliant news. So I think, was it Lisa who had messaged earlier on to say she'd missed out on the pattern? Lisa, I'm calling you. Jump on now, grab your pattern. Lisa's yeah!
Oh, bless
That's
her.
superb. Ah, Lisa. Congrats. I think, Delphine, you've done it. You convinced everyone to give
Good.
foundation
It's
piecing a
easy.
go.
It's easy. I'm going to go and realign that up though and sew it back on in the break.
All right. Well, you've got an hour until I see you next. We'll be seeing you at 11 for your gorgeous Bailey doll.
Yeah, a Bailey, lovely little Bailey. Yeah.
Now, talking of that next hour with Delphine at 11 o'clock, I should just warn you, we have only got 25 of the monochrome Bailey dog left. So if you want the monochrome, you would need to, I would jump on now in the next few minutes and grab yours. I'll be seeing you at 11 for that.
You
really
certainly
excited.
will.
And also, you're going to skip down Yarn Lane with me.
I am.
Have you got flat shoes though? It can get cobbled.
I haven't got any shoes on.
Oh, excellent. Good. Well, I'll take
I can't sew in my shoes.
I'll take mine off too then. Goodness me. Realise it was like that. Now, don't forget on Yarn Lane, on Delphine's gorgeous felting kits, we've got a special offer. If you buy two, you need to check out the basket with the two in at the same time. You can save yourself 20%, so you'll save £10 on those two kits. Great saving. All the same postage and packing, by the way. If you've never bought from Yarn Lane before, you don't pay any extra postage. If you've already bought something on Sewing Street that day, same postage and packing. You just need to log on to www.yarnlane.com and you can get ahead and buy. So, I mean, amazing kits. Love your needle felting, Delphine.
Oh, thank you.
It's incredible.
Oh,
You do
look
it
forward to
all.
that. I haven't done any for ages.
Brilliant morning with you, thank you. Now, do keep going through for the pattern on its own and also those amazing kits. Primrose Hill still top of the leaderboard, but swiftly followed by Community and Petals and Pedals. Which is your favourite? I'll be back after a short break with all the right tools for the job.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting,
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject, Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and Director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433 and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting,
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject, Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and Director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck!
Hey, welcome back. Great to have your company this morning here on Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. Don't forget to get your messages in. Tell us what you're doing today. What are your plans? What are your New Year plans for your sewing and crafting? Are you going to try a new technique? Maybe you've been inspired in that last hour by Delphine Brooks and you're giving foundation paper piecing a go. Don't forget, we managed to get instructions for Delphine's foundation piece butterflies back in stock right at the end of the show. So if you missed out, bob onto the website now or call our call centre and get yourself a set of instructions for Delphine's beautiful, beautiful design. Now, in the hour, we're going to be looking at the best tools for the job, but we have to start with this amazing quilt. It's a William Morris fabric design. It comes with the most incredible rulers and instruction booklet, but let me show you the quilt because it's really all about the quilt. I've got my wonderful ably assisted. This is called the Granada quilt pattern. It's absolutely incredible. Have a look at this. I'll just stretch back a little bit. You stay where you are. Just want to stretch that top out. There we go. Perfect. It's amazing quilt. These sort of mariner's compass style blocks are just beautiful. Would you believe they're strip pieced? They are strip pieced. And you make all the units in strips. Sew strips together, trim them down with an incredibly clever ruler, and then add your next strip to all of your units, a bit like a log cabin, and then cut between them. It's so cool. We've only got 2 of these kits left. Now, thank you, Kat. Brilliant. Just pop that there. Now, we had a show on the 11th of December, I beg your pardon. Was that Susie? It was with Susie Duncan, me and Susie Duncan. And Susie demonstrated how to use. Now, I'll be honest with you, when I saw the quilt, I thought, oh my goodness, that's amazing. But wow, that looks really complicated. When Susie showed how to use the ruler, it completely demystified it for me. It's so cool. Now, you're getting the kit with all of your fabrics. There's a massive box of fabrics here. They're incredible. You're getting the ruler for free. Now, the kit itself, $189.99, amazing. You're getting all that fabric, the instructions to make the quilt. But this ruler is $59.99. And you're getting that completely free. You get the ruler. Now, just want to explain, this isn't a sort of cardboard ruler, you know. It's actually, it's a normal Perspex ruler, like all our cutting rulers. It has a paper backing on it that you just peel off when you get it home. So it just protects it. And you're also getting your instruction booklet with this, and it shows you how to use the ruler to make mariner's compass, compass sunflower, a round sunflower, and also a raw edge applique sunflower. So loads of fantastic options. And also the size options go from a 6-inch compass to a 36-inch compass, all these increments in between. Sold out. Sold out at the end of the show. Amazing, beautiful. We've managed to get the rulers back in stock, which meant we had a few bundles of quilts available, and we put it together for free. Now, if you want the fat robin ruler, this is the one that you use for the William Morris quilt. We've got one of these left. It's $59.99. If you just wanted to get the ruler and the book on its own, congratulations if you got that kit, by the way. That's now sold out. Yeah, that has now sold out. But if you want to get that ruler on its own, you absolutely can. Okay. Now that's to make it's called the fat robin because the points are quite fat and wide. Great way of showing off larger prints. Now we do also have the same idea, but the skinny robin, which I have right here. I'm just going to show you the sort of compare and contrast. Here's the fat and here are the skinny. Okay, so I know it looks quite complicated, and as I say, I went into that show on the 12th of December with Susie thinking, oh, this looks really hard, and it was just amazing what she did, because essentially what you do is start by sewing 2 strips of fabric together, and you get all of your measurements in the book, you know, and then you line up the ruler and you cut all the way along, and you make these units, and then you sew another strip of fabric onto another side, and then the ruler goes back on and you cut. It's just brilliant. Watch that show back. This creates the skinny 16-point compass blocks. But because you're normally, see, I wouldn't, if I was going to have to cut out these triangles first of all and try sewing them, there's just no chance. I would foundation paper piece. But because what you're doing is just sewing 2 wide strips of fabric together and then you're cutting the point, you'll get so much better accuracy. Absolutely brilliant method. So clever. Don't know how people come up with these things. Price of the book is $59.99. You're getting the ruler included. Remember, you just peel that paper backing off, and you get sizes from 6-inch to 36-inch. There are 16 sizes and 4 different options. It's an amazing start, isn't it, for a quilt? Just incredible. You saw that William Morris quilt, how dynamic, how what a showstopper it is, but now done with strip piecing. So clever. Message from Sarah. Morning, Stuart. I love fabric, but don't as yet sew. Could you say hello to Mum who loves sewing? Sarah, of course I will. Morning, Sarah's mum and Sarah. Big kisses to both of you. Sarah, we need to talk. Why aren't you sewing? Maybe a new year, new hobby? Yeah? Well, give it a go. Something small to start with, maybe a little bit of hand stitching. So many different techniques you could try. Now, yeah, we're going to have a look at some English paper piecing. I'm going to find it. Okay, I'm going to find it. Nope. Definitely not. Excuse me. Nope, it isn't there. Okay. Yep, this one here. Oh, this is lovely. So, thinking of you, Sarah, sashiko bundle. Now, sashiko is a technique, a running stitch in many ways, technique from Japan. Susan Briscoe is the kind of UK #1 expert on sashiko, I would say, and she's authored this fabulous book called The Ultimate Sashiko Source Book. You've got patterns, projects and inspiration, and in there so many beautiful designs. You can buy all of these individual elements, by the way, on the website, but we've done a bundle today. Look how lovely that is. Some really gorgeous, but essentially it's a running stitch through these designs, but the way that you sew them is absolutely magical. So you've got the book, and then you've got these fantastic bundles of thread. It's this one here, isn't it? These two. So you're getting sashiko needles, and then you're getting 20 skeins of thread, 20 meters on each. You're getting some variegated, you're getting some solids. I'll show you some of the different colors that you're getting in there. You're getting this kind of reds and blues. That's lovely, isn't it? Different shaded blues and greens. Pinks and lavenders together, and then these solids. These are what we would consider the brights. Lovely yellows, some greens, some pink. Those are absolutely stunning. I mean, a lot of sashiko is done using a cream or a white, but any of these colours would look absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous. So that's one lot of 10, and then you've got pastels as well. Some pastel shades, and they're these ones here. £40.92 for these, and you've got a great start. You just need to add in some fabric. So here you've got cream, grey, pale blue and yellow, a soft green and pink. This is lovely. I love that sort of Air Force blue, and then some variegated shades as well. Another 10, and these are all Japanese sashiko thread. Beautiful. So in total there, you're getting the book, you're getting your needles, special sashiko needles, and you're getting 20 skeins of thread for £40.92. Saving 10% by buying them as a bundle. Lovely place to start, really nice place to start doing sashiko. I've had a message from Louise. Love those Mariner's Compass rulers. They look daunting to start with, but they are great once you follow the rhythm. Totally agree with you, Louise. It's kind of, sometimes you've just got to get on and do it. Sew your 2 strips of fabric together and follow the instructions and cut. It's a bit of a leap of faith, and I was glad to stand watching Susie do it. And you, of course, can watch that show back. It was on the 12th of December, me and Susie Duncan, and you can see a full demo. It is magical watching how the block comes together. Bit like watching Delphine do foundation paper piecing this morning. It suddenly demystifies things. Suddenly you have that sort of light bulb moment. Very, very clever indeed. A message from Suja. Hello, Stuart. The sashiko bundles are excellent value. They are. They're really good, aren't they? You're getting the book, you're getting the needles, you're getting 20 skeins of sashiko thread. All you need to do is add in some fabric, and we've even got that covered. We've got some panels Now, this is our dark green bundle. So, we've got bundle or individual. So, start QR48. Now, these are all designed by Susan Briscoe, and who wrote that fabulous book, Ultimate Sashiko Source Book. This is a panel, and a bit like a sort of sampler, if you like, isn't it, of different techniques, different... Now, don't wash this when you get it home. If you're a pre-washer of fabrics, don't wash this because all the designs will disappear. There is a warning on the front, but don't pre-wash it. So you've got all those designs printed onto the fabric. You can sit and enjoy sewing them up. Now, you could have it as a wall hanging, just as it is, or you could cut out the individual elements and maybe put some borders on, create a quilt, create some cushions, a runner, some placemats would be lovely too. But what an enjoyable, mindful, calming, relaxing process just to sit down of an evening. You're colouring with thread, you're following the lines, and actually what's printed on these panels is every stitch. Up and down, up and down. That's all you need to do. Generally speaking, you don't use an embroidery hoop for sashiko. You just do it in the hand. So that's on dark green. Now there's another panel, again designed by Susan, again 1999. These are called Camon prints. That was Geo, this is Camon, gotcha. Yeah, these are like family crests. Yeah, these are traditional family crests and various different designs, sort of ginkgo leaves and crashing waves, maple leaves. This dark green colourway is gorgeous, isn't it? And this one here, I don't know if you can see right at the top left, that sort of bunch of strips, if you like. They're strips of seaweed, nori, noshi, yeah. Yeah, and it's like a good luck symbol, I think, in Japan. Beautiful. A message from Judith. Morning, Stuart and everyone. I'm catching up on a pile of hand sewing and watching. Oh, that sounds lovely. What a nice thing to do. See, it's the same. Sit, sew, watch TV, chat with friends, listen to music. I love these sort of, it's why I like sort of, you know, that kind of easy knitting projects like a scarf or a sock, because I can sit and do those and still chat and watch TV. Sashiko is brilliant for that because every stitch is marked for you. Now the bundle together, you do make a saving, £5. It's £34.98 and you get both dark green panels. Lovely option, and this would work really, really well with our Ultimate Sashiko bundle that we had earlier on, because you've got all the threads that you would need and some needles, plus that amazing book from Susan Briscoe. Remember, of course, you can cut these down if you want. There are dotted lines in between. Now you could stitch those lines, or you can just leave them, and then when you finish stitching, gently wash the whole panel, those stitches will disappear. Or you could use those to sort of cut the designs up and make smaller things like coasters, placemats, cushions. So each individual thing could be something on its own, or you can leave it as a whole panel, maybe add a little pole top and bottom and hang it on the wall. That would look amazing, really lovely, very versatile. Now, a very traditional colour for sashiko is indigo blue, and that's our next bundle and separates, indigo blue. Should we start with HO40? So these are the Camon prints again. So these are those family crests, traditional family crests from Japan. You've got small designs down the centre, large designs either side. These are the same designs on each panel, by the way. So if you were buying the green one, you're getting exactly the same design. 19.99, and that would look amazing stitched out in the cream or the white or maybe a light blue. Then we've got the Geo designs on indigo blue again. So same designs, and what you've got here is kind of traditional all over designs and then motifs. Very, very versatile. Would work really well mixed with some simple patchwork. So do your stitching, add some patchwork borders or little blocks in between, and then piece the whole thing back together. Be lovely. Now as a bundle, you can buy the pair together, save yourself £5, $34.99. 34.98. I cannot do simple maths today. It's beyond me. Okay, then we've got one final bundle and separates, which is the red. So same thing as before, Camon, which are the family crests on red. This red's gorgeous because it's a really, really sort of deep ruby, but it's not a completely solid fabric. It's kind of a bit mottled. There's a little bit of black mixed in there as well. So it's kind of textured. Yeah, I think it's maybe woven into it. Lovely, like a slubby weave. Gorgeous. I do love a slubby weave. And then the other panel, the Geo. So again, you've got those lovely designs. And I'll just flip it over so you can see everything's printed on. So individual stitches. This one is made up so that the long stitches, you do a back stitch for this one. The whole thing is kind of stitched out, but really versatile and lovely, easy sewing just to sit, relax and do. Now, $19.99 per panel, but if you buy them both together as a bundle, you're making a saving. Now, don't forget, if you do want to buy them both, make sure you're buying that bundle rather than buying the two separate, because you won't make the saving if you do that. So make sure you buy the bundle. Details are on screen now. $34.98 for those two Sashiko printed deep red bundle. Now, with one more bundle of Sashiko thread. These skeins of thread, you can buy them individually if you go on the website, if there's one particular colour you want, but we've bundled them together. These would work really, really well with those panels. Now, $14.96. Now, all four of them, you're getting 400 metres. There are 100 metres in each one. My goodness. $4.99 each for 100 metres. That's already a brilliant price, but if you buy all four together, you're making a saving of £5. So one and a bit for free. Brilliant. Light grey, light blue, light gold and the white. Now I remember Susan Briscoe has been on air and she said she can't get them for $4.99. Susan Briscoe wrote the book, designed the panel. I've had a picture from Suja of some Sashiko that she has done. Suja, I'm impressed. Some of my Sashiko embroidery with variegated threads. How beautiful is that? Looks amazing on that really dark background. Suja, it's beautiful. Thanks for sending that in. Remember, if you ever want to send pictures in, just email the studio, just studio@sewingstreet.com. We love hearing from you. And also, I think that's how you get in touch with about Search for a Sewing Star, right? So we've already had lots of videos in, by the way. Well done. We are on the lookout for new sewing stars to join our guest designers on Sewing Street. Have a look on the regular adverts that are showing throughout the mornings about that. But we're really excited to meet some of you and see what you do. So it's how we found Delphine, for example. Amazing. Now, speaking of Delphine, there are only 6 of Delphine's monochrome dog kits left. They have proved very popular. We are half an hour away from the hour. You can buy the instructions on their own. You can buy the Brights kit as well. That is still available, but also very, very popular. But if you want that monochrome, you do need to be super, super quick now in order to get what you want. Yes, let's do the EPP. It was there all the time and I couldn't find it. It was hiding in plain sight. Now, English paper piecing, traditionally started with laborious tracing of a template onto thin card or thick paper, laboriously cutting out all the shapes, and then laboriously basting your fabrics to the card or the paper. Things have changed. Now we can buy pre-cut hexagons. You're getting a bundle here, 100 hexes. Then you're also getting glue stick refills. You're getting 6 refills. So what you will need certainly is either, if you haven't already got your sew line pen at home, you'll need to grab one of those. That does have a refill in it anyway. But these are the pack of refills. So you're getting this in a bundle, £10.34 for both. Great saving, 10%. These would normally be £7.99. These would normally be £3.49, so you're saving there. And the modern method now, of course, is we buy the shapes already cut, if we can, I think, and then we use glue stick. Run that glue stick along the sides of your foundation paper, and then fold and press your fabric onto it, and then stitch your designs together. And then actually, if you're careful, when you take out these papers, you can use them again and again. So don't just use them once. Stitch an area, stitch it all together, and then any shapes that have got something sewn all the way around, so don't do the outside edge, but all the rest of them, take the hexagons out, reuse them. Now the hexagons are available on their own as well. £3.49. You get 100 hexes. Now, of course, traditionally, we're used to these kind of rosettes. Granny's flower garden, okay? And the idea is that you have one in the centre, maybe a, say black, and then this row maybe red, and you might just do them like that, and then have other hexagons and you put them together. Brilliant for using up your scraps, of course. But you can also create other designs. So for example, you could have this sort of interlocking design where this was maybe all blues, and then your next row here might be a darker blue or going into teal. You can make hexagons look really modern. Can I have a pea, please, Bob? Do you remember Blockbusters? Getting a Blockbuster vibe there. And of course, it's not always about making quilts. You could do EPP and then turn it into a little purse with a nice metal frame. That would look gorgeous. You could use it for general bag making, cushions, little trinket holders, little baskets. Super sweet and lovely to have a little hand sewing project. Sarah, who'd messaged in earlier on, who isn't sewing yet, we're going to get you, Sarah. This is a lovely way to start. And actually, it's a really, really familiar way that many of us started patchwork or even sewing, doing EPP. So great little buy that. If you need to top up, grab those, £3.49 for 100. Remember, they are reusable. If you want the bundle that contains both the glue stick refills, 6 of them, plus the paper foundation hexagons, you're saving 10%, but we are down to our last handful of those. So do be quick. Now then, we've got a glue pen. Now the glue pen, Sewline glue pen, absolutely fab. It's one of those bits of kit that once you discover it, you'll never ever want to be without. I was actually having a tidy up in my studio a few days ago, and I found 3 Sewline glue pens that I had bought for a class that have never been out. I've got them now, so I can't wait to use them. You get a glue stick in the pen, and you get a refill. Correct? Yes. Yes. So super easy to change over, and it basically kind of works like a lipstick. You know, you kind of twist it and the glue comes out. I'll show you. There you go. There's your, and you see it just show you, twist up and down. Don't worry about the fact that it's blue, by the way. Look at that. It dries clear. And this is actually a great way of seeing whether the glue is still kind of tacky or whether it's dried. Because if you put a line of glue down and it disappears, then you need to redo it. Now, I use glue pens all the time. Things like English paper piecing to base the fabric. Foundation paper piecing, so Delphine was doing the butterfly earlier and mentioned using a glue stick. Just a line on the back of your foundation when you put your first patch on to hold it in place before you've sewn anything. Great tool. You can use them for putting in zips to tack the zip in place. You can use them for placing appliques. They're also really, really useful for things like if you just want to hold fabrics and templates together as well. They wash out as well. They won't gum up your needle either, either hand sewing or machine sewing. You also, as I mentioned, get one refill included. There it is. But if you want more, order more. They're a brilliant thing to have in your stash. They really are. Remember, a stash isn't just about fabric. Yeah, really good to have multiples of these. Great that they're refillable too. A question from Marilyn. Hi Stuart, stuck in traffic. Oh, that's the worst, Marilyn. Just got home. Have I missed the lovely quilt behind you? No, you haven't, Marilyn. No, you haven't. It's a teaser. It's going to be on the show tomorrow. I'm guesting tomorrow. 9 o'clock I'm going to be doing bag making techniques. So I'm going to be sort of showing you some different techniques that might have held you back. The quilt, Country Roads quilt, is at 11 o'clock. It's a gorgeous kit. There's the yellow and monochrome version, or there's a black and white version. It's really lovely, isn't it? Deputy Joan and I made this together. Deputy Joan did the piecing, I quilted and bound it. It's a really lovely quilt to make, isn't it? Just right, it's fresh and springy. The dog's called Bailey dog, is coming up in the next hour at 11 o'clock with Delphine. The butterflies up the top, the foundation piece butterflies, were in the 9 o'clock show. Instructions on their own, still available, restocked, and some lovely kits as well, including that one, which is called Community. So beautiful, a beautiful pastel rainbow. Now, next up, we have a magnetic pin dish and some pins, which is attached because it's magnetic. I was looking at it. Now, you're saving 10% on this bundle. What you've got here is a magnetic pin dish, and I can absolutely testify that it is a strong magnet. These are absolutely brilliant because, you know, you can kind of just drop your pin in the general direction of the bowl and it'll jump straight in. I'm just going to brag now. I got my new long arm installed yesterday. I've got the most beautiful handy quilter new Amara, which I'll be putting some pictures up soon, from my lovely friends Liz and Pete at Pinhole Quilting, who of course come here. But I've got this pin cushion that I made for my pins, which was just falling everywhere and pins were falling out. And Liz said to me, you need a magnetic pin dish. So I might just need to pop that in my basket. You're also getting a fabulous pack of pins. I'm going to grab them out actually. I'll show you what you're getting. Our magnetic pin dish is used every day by all the guests. Yeah, we try and keep it clean and tidy, but there seems to be a bell in it. There's a bell in there for some reason, and also some kind of, yes, okay. Not that tidy then. But also these are really useful if you drop pins, and especially if you walk around barefoot like Delphine and I do, or you've got furry children, or children in fact, or just you care about your own toes. You can go over the floor, and I do this all the time to check that I've got pins. Much easier, they'll just jump into the bowl. Absolutely brilliant bit of kit this. So you get that, and then you're also getting the assorted sewing pins. Now, Delphine mentioned earlier on flathead pins. You've got butterfly and flower head. Cute. Yeah, so these are great. Love flathead pins. These are brilliant for things like foundation piecing, because you need to be able to fold your paper over a pin and put a ruler on top. And so a flathead pin allows you to do that. But then you've also got glass head pins as well, which are really easy to use too. Now, you do want to make sure that you always use really good quality pins and refresh them from time to time, because they do go blunt. With the best will in the world, they do go blunt. And when you find a blunt pin, just, I know it's really tempting just to put it back, but just throw it away, get rid of it. That is about to sell out, by the way. You're saving 10% on that bundle. I'm going to put those things back now. You can't buy either of those things on their own today. So if you want them together, that's the only way to buy them at the moment. Great price though, under £15. And again, you know, your New Year resolution might be, I'm going to get a bit tidier, I'm going to get a bit more organised, I'm going to go through my sewing stuff, and I'm going to get rid of the bits and bobs and have a little refresh. I've seen you on the fans page doing your tidy ups. I'm so proud of you all for doing that. I did the same in my studio, and I found glue sticks that I didn't know I had. I found all sorts of lovely things. And also, the best thing of all is my space now has increased tenfold, and I'm enjoying spending time making things there. I enjoy my sewing room. I enjoy my sewing room at the best of times. Okay. It's also really important to have the correct pins for the job, and sometimes you need a specialist pin. So let's have a look at those. Now we're going to start with the plique pins. Don't think I've got any of these open, but I can describe. Plique pins, these are from Clover, so you know they're beautiful premium quality pins, and that's really important. They're fine, but they're also really short. And the reason why these are really useful is because you can pin the smallest applique in place with them. Because they're short, they're much less likely to snag on your threads when you're sewing. They're not going to stick out beyond the perimeters of even quite small pieces. But also, you can also use these for pinning from the back. So when I pin appliques, I will use applique pins, but I tend to pin from the back, and then you definitely won't catch your needle or thread on the pins. 150 of the Clover applique pins for £6.99. They come in a little box. It's a nice little box with a little catch on the side. Keep them in there. Keep them separate. Really good, those. Lovely. Now next up we've got patchwork pins. So when you're doing patchwork, you want long, thin, slim pins, nice sharp points for pinning your fabrics together with no distortion, no bumps. You want really nice fine pins. They are extra fine. Lovely. But yeah, you want fine pins. I mean, I often recommend, if you can't find patchwork pins, things like lace, lingerie, bridal pins. They're designed to go through fabric without leaving holes, without causing disruption. So they're also really good for pinning fine dressmaking fabrics as well. So maybe you use things like crepe or silk or those finer fabrics, lace, ideal for that too. It's a small price to pay actually, and it makes a big difference to your work. Yeah, when you use the right pins, you'll suddenly, it's just better. Everything goes more smoothly. Your piecing's more accurate. Now, these are quilting pins. These are heat resistant and can be ironed. Okay, so if you're somebody who regularly irons over the top of your pins and melts them, you probably need some of these. But yeah, so those ones are £9.99 and you get 100. Again, a brand that we know and trust. Love Clover. I've loved Clover products for many, many years. Now then, we've got a little doll making bundle. Toy stuffing, which, frankly, I'm never without. That was also something I found in my studio when I was clearing it out. A bag and a half. A bag and a half. Oh, I've got about 3 bags at home, but a bag and a half in my studio. But the thing I remember some years ago, a pattern saying use a doll needle too. And I was like, a doll needle? Couldn't find one anywhere. Finally found one, and now I look after it like nothing else. You're getting 3 doll needles. So if you make things like Polly Dolly Doodah, if you make teddy bears, rag dolls, doll needles are fabulous. They really are that long. That is a needle. You're getting 3. These are what you would use to do things like adding the arms, the legs, sewing in the eyes, being able to run a line of sewing, say from the bottom of the teddy bear right up into the neck to secure the head or something like that, or to pull in a body part to create an indent or something like that. You need these super long needles. They're also, I use them when I'm doing things like buttoning through thicker soft furnishings, stuff like that. Really strong, sturdy needles, and use them with linen thread. That's what I do. Super strong, never breaks. This is a little bundle, and I can't believe that price. That's amazing. £5.48 for a bag of recycled polyester toy stuffing and your needles. Yeah. 10% would have been 60p. And Cattle Producer thought that was not worth doing. So she's like, oh, have a pound. Have a pound. Just being generous. You're a giver, Cat. You're a giver. She's a giver, everyone. But also as well, you know, the cushion stuffing or toy stuffing is brilliant when you want to make your own cushion pads. So next week I'm bringing a gorgeous little baby range of fabrics, and I've made a little quilted pillow to go, and it's only little, and I couldn't buy a cushion pad, so I made my own with some of the polyester toy stuffing. Draft excluders, door stops, stuffed hearts for creating lovely little kind of bunting or scented hearts, all sorts of things. Really useful to get that, but also those doll needles, they come in useful so many times. You may be just buying this speculatively, but they are super useful to have. Maybe you've never made toys before, and that's your New Year resolution. This year I'm going to try making some toys. We have some lovely, lovely designers here who create gorgeous patterns for dolls, for teddies, for small toys. These are really useful to have. And you know what it's like when we do a doll show, if we had doll needles, they'd be gone. Like that. Much better to get them in advance. So that's our little doll bundle. Now we can buy those things separately if you prefer. The doll needles on their own. Now you get 3 sizes. They're £1.49. So it's a great price for a really useful. And you know, I've tried without a doll needle. Before I managed to get hold of some, I tried, and it was just a nightmare. We can imagine trying to pass a normal needle through this far. You just can't do it. Lots of you buy multiples of those. One for you, one for a friend. I like that generosity of spirit. And then the toy filling. Now remember, the one that we have here at Sewing Street is recycled. And it used to be plastic bottles, isn't anymore. It's going to go into gorgeous soft toys or cushions. You get loads in here. I mean, usually we say one bag is plenty to do quite a big toy. Or if you wanted to make your own cushion pad, something like a heart cushion for Valentine's Day. I'm getting all romantic already. I've already got my Valentine placemats out of storage and my Valentine napkins. I'm planning a little date night. Oh yeah. It's lovely to do though. I might have to make Mrs. Mills a little Valentine placemat. I'm specialing her at the moment. Yeah, we do that thing. Happy Valentine from the cat. Now, another thing that's very, very useful, again, for things like some soft toys, door stops, or, you know, those kind of dolls that sit on the shelf and they're meant to stay there. Well, one of the keys to that is polythene pellets. Okay, this is a kilogram bag. They're recycled polythene pellets. And these either go into the bottom of the doorstop, for example, or another thing, perhaps with knitted, if it's something knitted or crocheted, I would create a little bag out of fabric, maybe Osnaburg or calico, fill it with some pellets and then put that in the bottom of the bag, just because these pellets could escape through knitted or crocheted fabric. Normal fabric, I'd just tip them straight in. They're also really nice if you want to have kind of like squishy doll. So sometimes that's quite a nice thing to have, or a teddy bear that's a bit kind of squishy. You can put these in too. But a kilogram bag is usually plenty to make sort of 2 or even 4 of the kind of door stops. Just use that amount. Just gives it that extra weight, that extra stability. Now remember, we only charge 1p&p. This is a kilogram. So it doesn't matter whether you buy 1 or 20 of those, you're only going to pay £3.95 postage. Imagine 20 kilograms in weight coming to you for £3.95. Doesn't normally happen. It's the same with our sewing machines. I mean, Delphine's sewing machine that she was working on, I'm pointing like she's still there, 11 kilograms in weight, but will still only cost £3.95 postage and packing. Beautiful machine, that. Beautiful. Now, Jane Greenough, I know well, what a legend, what a legend. Jane Greenough is going to be in very soon. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that I'm here, but, oh, do you think? I would love that. Jane and I get on brilliantly. She's wonderful. Her husband's a lovely guy too. Friday the 14th it is, yes. Oh, wonderful. Love Jane. And Jane's a legend in the industry, isn't she? I don't know anybody who does cross-stitch that doesn't know who Jane Greenough is. This is the 4th edition from Jane of this book, the Stitch book. That's how popular it's been. And to Bill, the wind beneath my wings, how lovely. He's an awesome guy. And this is a compendium of those hand stitches, those embroidery stitches, and Jane is the expert of experts. Just what she doesn't know about stitching, hand stitching, embroidery, probably isn't worth knowing. It's a beautiful book. I love the fact that it's ring bound. Jane has said this will be the last reproduction of this book because future versions wouldn't be ring bound, so she's not doing them. And also, I love the fact in the back, you've got a hardanger section as well, which is really nice. And then in the back, you've also got some finishing techniques. So things like creating a folded hem, making tassels and cords, even making a little scissor keeper and a humbug for keeping your scissors safe, mounting, stretching. Absolutely terrific. And also conversion charts in the back. So it's a brilliant, brilliant group of skills, techniques, and what you're also getting there is decades of expertise from Jane, all condensed into the book. Now, a message from a collector in Merseyside. I have Jane's book. I hardly do any cross stitch, but this book is fascinating and so well explained for all the techniques and stitches. Thanks, collector. Thanks for getting in touch. Yeah, it is. It's brilliant. It's a sort of distillation. It's like having, you know, Jane by your side to help you with projects. Maybe you're going to try hand embroidery this year. It's another of those mindful techniques, calming, relaxing, simple, repetitive, something that keeps you still and just allows you to enjoy the moment. Is so good for you. Yeah. Jane takes her sewing everywhere, doesn't she? Love it. Love the fact that it's ring bound too. £12.99 for that. Brilliant, brilliant addition to your library. Too small. These are rather lovely. These are very giftable from Jane. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Now, so what you've got here, Cross Stitch Essentials from Jane Greenough. I'm just going to tilt that so you can see inside the box. So what you're getting is sharp embroidery scissors, beautiful, sharp, right to the point scissors. They look curved, don't they, at the end? It's just because of the shadow, and I can't take them out because they're held in by a little metal clip. Oh, I can just twist it there, can you see? So you've got a really sharp to the tip. Yeah, and then you're also getting gold-plated needles. Okay, right. Sorry, I was just listening to a story then which I must relay to you. Well, I'll ask Jane about the story, but apparently I need to ask Jane about how much gold is on her needles. She wanted the most she could get. Well, that sounds about right. As much gold as I can have. That's amazing. So the whole needle's gold plated. And that, you know, gold doesn't react, does it? It's a non-reactive metal. So brilliant, brilliant stuff. You get 2 size 26, 2 size 24. You get your scissors as well. I can't believe the price. £14.99. I'd expect that just for the scissors. And you've got it in a little gift box. I mean, it's beautiful. Really lovely little thing to have. Then we have another little kit from her, which is rather gorgeous too. So this is a Pluperfect needle collection. You've a beading needle, an embroidery needle, size 22, a curved needle, and then 2 each of sizes 24, 26 and 28. So perfect for general cross stitching. It's fab, isn't it? Curved needles, by the way, I remember May Martin, who was the judge for the first 3 series of Sewing Bee, showing me how to use a curved needle. She was making a sort of, it was like, I always like to call them a hexatui. It's not the only kind, but like a sewing box that was made of kind of fabric covered high density board. And she was showing how to sew these pieces together using the curved needle. If you've never tried one before, they're absolutely brilliant. They're so cool to use and make a much easier job, especially when something is flat and you can't really bend it up in your hands as you would normally. Curved needle is the way to go. These are £15.99 for your gold plated Cross Stitch Girl Pluperfect needle set. Oh, now are you ready? Bailey in monochrome has sold out. Well, that's not good news to share, is it? I thought I was going to be sharing something lovely. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, the good news is that Delphine's up next and she's going to be showing us how to make Bailey the dog, which is super exciting. I'm not going anywhere and I hope you won't either.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting,
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject, Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and Director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck!
Hey you, welcome back to Sewing Street. It's our last hour here on Sewing Street before we head on over to Yarn Lane with Delphine as well, of course. I've got Delphine for 2 hours now. Oh. Are you ready for that? Oh, it's nice to see I'm not the only one that gets threads on them.
Oh, I'm covered.
Covered,
Oh,
yeah.
I'll do
Me
this.
too.
I'm always covered in these.
We're living the life, aren't we?
We are.
Living the dream. Now, I don't want to tease anybody if you didn't get this, but I want to show you, if you've got monochrome, the monochrome Bailey kit, this is what you're getting. But also, I just want to put it out there that you might want to have a look on the website, choose some of your own solids to do a monochrome version of your own. Delphine has put these together, and you know, Delphine works really, really hard to make the colours work. So it's a great palette to start from, certainly. So if you've got Bailey monochrome, you get the pattern, and then you also get your 7 fat quarters of assorted solids to go with black, through all the different shades of grey. Some, I think this is nude, isn't it? And white. 7 fat quarters, brilliant, brilliant. Well done if you got that. You did have to be quick off the mark today because those have sold out so quickly, and I'm sorry about that if you didn't get it. We will try and get more stock for a future show. We do have instructions on their own. We also have the bright colourway available, which is absolutely beautiful. Amazing value for money, this. Can't believe that you're getting the full instructions, and they are chunky instructions because you're getting all your full-size pattern pieces, of course. Plus, you're getting 7 fat quarters. Now, I absolutely love that palette of colours, and it's just beautiful and joyous. Black, couple of purples, some blues, green, and a yellow. I think that is absolutely stunning. Now, I just want to point out, on Delphine's finished sample of Bailey in Bright, this fabric right here is pomegranate. It's a slightly pinker tone. We weren't able to reproduce that exact colour, so we have substituted, and this is magenta. This is the magenta. Delphine's going to demo with that colour, so you'll see how that comes together. It is absolutely gorgeous, I promise you. Just one little substitute. But isn't that full of character? Brilliant. And I'm going to be asking Delphine all about her inspiration, because we talked about doing a dog when you were here last, Delphine.
Yeah, we did.
We had lots of requests.
We certainly did.
Didn't we?
Had a lot of choice.
And how soon after the show did you start developing Bailey?
Only just a couple of days, actually. Just started with the drawing. It's actually based on my friend's dog. So it was actually, he was sat in the field, but this is a close-up of him. I had to change the name. It's not Bailey.
No.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And I must apologise, I managed to change the name of your gorgeous cat pattern earlier on. Kept referring to it as Poppy. It's actually Cora. Thank you. If you want Bailey instructions on their own, by the way, they are available. They are £9.99 and you're getting full instructions. Remember, they'll all come nice and glossy, like Cora. This is just a working copy that Delphine was working on. But what you're getting in there is you're getting all of your instructions, how to choose your fabrics if you're going to make it from scratch, placement diagrams, how to build up the appliques, both in colour and in the monochrome, which I think is really useful. And then the actual pattern itself, all your elements, full size, taped together sheets so that you've got a whole sort of master, if you like, for the background, and then all those different colour-coded elements that are just going to make the whole I know that's a nose. I'm no dog expert, but I know that's a nose. All of those parts included. So it's a really super pattern for £9.99. Now, we were talking earlier on, Delphine, weren't we? This is a slightly easier make than Cora.
Yes, ever so slightly, but yeah, it's easier. There's less pieces, and the lines are, there's not so many fussy lines. Yeah. So somebody did actually ask me a question as to why, even if a piece is actually going underneath another piece of fabric, why am I still keeping it quite fussy? The reason being is that you don't want it to come through on the other side, especially if it's a darker shade than what you're actually putting on the top. So that's the reason why I would do that. Yeah. So there's less of that in this pattern.
Cool. It's a great pattern though, and exactly the same size as Cora.
Yeah, it's with about an inch longer. It's ever so much a slight rectangle.
Ah, okay,
so,
gotcha,
yeah.
Gotcha.
But do you know what? It's pretty much a fat quarter size.
There, I've just answered your question, Judy. What size is he, please?
It's about 21 inch square.
About a 21-inch square,
Yeah,
rough square.
Yeah, rough square.
Cool.
Sorry, I was measuring it.
You could use that as the centre of a quilt, couldn't you? And certainly you could extend slightly, couldn't you? So if you wanted to make it a square, you could extend very slightly.
That would also change the look of him as well. So by making him a little bit wide, fatter in the face, it will go more Rottweiler type dog. You know what I mean? So you can change, just by changing just a couple of little elements, you can change how it's going to look.
The way you capture the personality and even the emotion of the dog, look at his eyes, her eyes, looking up, sort of loving and waiting patiently for a treat.
It's actually my friend, actually the reflection in the eye.
Yeah.
It's actually her.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
So there was a little bit more detail, but it would have been a bit too fussy, so I just kept it quite simple.
Right. Yeah. Gosh, how cool. I love hearing the stories behind the designs, Delphine. Fab. Now, if you missed out on Cora, or you're looking at Cora in a new light and thinking, actually, I'd like to make, she's just behind me now. There's a monochrome or a coloured version. We've got the pattern on its own. We're starting to see your makes actually on the fans page, which is wonderful to see. Some great versions.
Yeah, they
aren't
really
there?
are. Yeah.
Really terrific. The instructions for Cora are available. Cora the cat. Now they are $9.99. There they are. And again, super detailed, really thorough instructions, all your layouts. Amazing version there, done in batik fabrics and cave facet, but again, full size instruction. I love the fact that we've also got step-by-steps for monochrome as well as the coloured version on both patterns. You really haven't left anything to chance.
No. Well, hopefully. I have seen it made up on a few on the Sewing Street fan page now, so I feel a lot more relaxed once I see a pattern made up.
I'm exactly the same.
Yeah.
You know it makes sense to you.
Yeah, it makes sense. So yeah, I was really pleased to see some images, and someone actually sent me a private message with what they've made up as well. I don't think they've put it on the fan page. I really hope they do.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Brilliant. You know who you are.
Yeah. Come on,
you've impressed Delphine. But also your instructions just make everything so achievable, and things that we never thought we could do, now we can do.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. It's a real gift. It's a real gift. Now the instructions for Bailey and the Bright kit both available. Monochrome has sold out, but remember you could get the instructions or you could get the Bright version, get your instructions, get your Bright, and then make another version, maybe in your cave, maybe in your own selection of monochromes. You're only paying $11.99 for 7 fat quarters within that bundle. I think it would also be really lovely to do, like, if you just picked one colour, say like blues or something like that, and you could do that kind of monochrome, couldn't you?
Definitely. And again, it's like what I've explained it in the instructions, but if you're going to do that, because even though you think one shade's darker than the other, make sure you flip your phone or an iPad or anything onto monochrome, and that will give you the shades by just hovering it over the colours.
Fab. Fab.
I nearly did it in blues, actually.
Did you?
I actually designed it because what I do, I get the photograph and then I draw on the photograph. So I like change like the perspective, if you like, and then I pick out the features and draw the features, and then I add the colours. And I actually originally did it in blues. So I've actually got it. I've got it on my iPad. Yeah.
I was thinking, actually, looking at the monochrome version, how you could, if you wanted to, you could pick up just the eye in a really pale colour, couldn't you? A pale blue or something like that.
Yeah.
Just to, it's a beautiful design. Another winner.
Oh, thank you very much.
Looking forward to seeing how it all goes together.
Yeah, as well. Shall we?
Make sure you're checking out your baskets, won't you, everyone? Now, Delphine. I'm going to say no more. Over to you.
Okie doke. So, just like you did with Cora, if you've got a photocopier, recommend use a photocopier rather than using the instructions, because that way you're not going to ruin your instructions. You can keep them all nice and tidy. So, I've actually used this one a couple of the times. So sorry, it's a bit messier. So you'll have all your pages. You've got 8 pages of templates in total. Sorry, 9. 1 to 6 get put together. So 1 to 3 and then 3 to 6, and then you do have the trim marks, and then you just tape them all together, almost like a little bit of a jigsaw really. I've done the lines quite thick as well, so they are easier to see, and the other templates will actually be on the reverse side of this one here. So these are just the eye pieces, so the two, the background eye colour, the eye sockets and brows, etc. And the reason why I've just taken off these extra elements is just to make it a little bit easier and a little bit clearer to follow. I've also done a colour coordinated pattern. So you have got the, obviously for the green pieces, I've done a green outline, blue, light blue, etc. You'll notice that I haven't done a pink or a purpley colour for the magenta sections that I'll be using, only because it was a bit too close to the purple and I didn't want to mix, didn't want to confuse you. And also the reason I did orange and yellow instead of the yellow was only simple, the fact that yellow doesn't print, it won't show up as well. So that's the only reason I've done it in orange. So if you're confused in that, it's just so I can make it easier for the pattern.
But also, one thing I love about your patterns is you always include a sort of smaller version of the whole pattern somewhere as well, which, like here for example, which you could print out, enlarge, colour in with pencil crayons, couldn't you? And create your own little guide. Which is so helpful and useful. You don't need to do that, but you do it.
That's it. Yeah, well, I think it's like you say, what's straightforward to me isn't necessarily straightforward to everybody else. So that's why I add these little quirkies in.
Awesome.
Yeah, if I can do it, then I will.
Thank you.
So once you've chosen your fabrics, and I recommend you just draw out the whole thing first on Bondaweb, always on the glue side of the Bondaweb, so you can always tell with the glue side because you've got a nice smooth side and then you've got one that's a bit rough. Draw on the rough side because otherwise it will be reversed, which isn't the end of the world, but it's going to be a little bit more tricky for you to put it together. So draw it all out. I also recommend get your kids' felt tip pens out.
Okay.
And if you draw with the felt tip pen per colour with the colour that you're actually choosing, again, it just makes life a little bit easier. So so that's what I did when I cut this one out. So then once you've got all your pieces cut out, all your Bondaweb and all your pieces and everything cut out, you will then choose your backing fabric. This could be any old fabric. Don't use your really nice stuff because you're not going to see it.
At all.
You're not going to see it at all. It's going to be completely covered. So, and the best way I recommend you cutting it out is, first of all, because everyone's going to, even though we've all got the same instructions and the same, everyone's different, aren't they? You could give everyone the same 3 ingredients to make the same recipe and it will always be different. So the best way I can recommend it, even though I have put the instructions in of the size, just measure your piece against your background fabric against your template, and that way you know you're working to the exact one.
Got you.
Another little tip really, if you use a light coloured fabric, what you can do is slip the template underneath the fabric. Obviously you'll only be able to see it for a certain amount of time, but it will help you with the placement for your first couple of pieces.
Well, we had a viewer messaging earlier on who had a light box.
Perfect.
That would help sometimes.
Ideal.
Yeah.
So that's just just these little things of helping you get on with it really.
That's a sort of special birthday present, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you, what would I buy you? You've got everything. A light box would be rather nice.
Yeah, because I only got a small one.
Yeah. You can get some that are like A3, the big one.
The really big ones.
Plug it. Yeah, really nice.
That's what we need.
We do. Nice little message from Alison Marion, another of our well-loved designers, saying stunning pattern, Delphine, as always.
Oh, thank you, Alison. Lovely lady.
It's high praise, isn't it? Tracy would love the monochrome kit. Sad I missed it. I know. I mean, grab the pattern or do the brightly coloured version. I think it's absolutely beautiful. You'll have the pattern then. You can do another version in the future too.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start piecing it all together. Oh, I don't suppose we've got a really big ironing mat, have we? I don't know. I've only got the smaller one.
Bigger than that? I don't know.
We used
that
to have like the big mats,
do.
didn't we?
It's as big as we go.
Perfect, perfect. Oh, you're amazing, you are. Thank you so much. Oh, look at that. See, it was made for it.
Perfect.
There you are.
Now, to start with, when you start laying these pieces down,
Yeah.
it doesn't look like a dog.
No, and it won't for about 10 minutes, but it will. It will.
Bear with.
Yeah, just
Bear
perfect.
with.
So let me just tidy myself up a little bit. So if you're going to cut out your pieces before, like say the day before, keep them flat if you can. Like I put them in like a recipe book or something like that. So you want to make sure they're nice and cold to peel the backings off each one.
Okay. Now, Bondweb on the roll, Delphine, I know you get through oodles.
Oh, I do. I do get through a lot.
Available on the roll, 5 metres. It's 30 centimetres wide for $23.99. It's a great price. And how much Bondweb do you reckon, how much of a roll would you use?
I used a whole roll to make 2.
There you go. So about half of that, 2.5 metres.
Yeah.
And you use all the bits you can, don't you? You're not extravagant.
No, I use all the bits, yeah. And any offcuts I always put in a bag because they're quite handy, aren't they?
They are. Well, very worthwhile actually getting that roll of Bondweb. We often get requested, we often out of stock. So while we've got it in stock, I'd pop that in your basket. 5 metres, 30 centimetres wide for $23.99.
Okay, so I'm just peeling this
A
bit off.
message from Janet. Oh.
Oh.
Monochrome Bailey looks like my black Labrador Ollie, who sadly has a tumour. I've ordered one to make in his memory. Thank you, Delphine. Oh, Janet.
Oh, that's really sad.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Janet.
I
That's
know,
really
I'm sorry
sad.
too. It's but lovely to have a memory and
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
Oh,
Oh, thanks.
Janet. A message from Janet, from Collector in Mosa. Oh, and then it's gone. Come back. Delphine is such a visionary. I love her demos and how she encourages everyone to have a go and make something gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice.
It's true.
Yeah.
You really
Well.
bring all those things into everyone's grasp. Joan in Northumberland. Hi, Delphine. Do you cut the pieces exactly as the pattern or do you cut out an allowance? Great question.
No allowance, it's all there.
It's all
You haven't got to think about it, it's all there.
Yeah, so if there's any overlay or underlay, that's included.
That's all included, and I explain where they go under. For example, my first underlay now, so that is lined up. So this little line here will be covered up later with another piece.
Gotcha.
So you can just tuck things under.
Gotcha. So draw on the lines, cut on the lines.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
And even if you cut a little bit wobbly, there's usually an allowance that you can.
They're organic shapes, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm definitely not seeing a dog yet. I'm seeing a redesign for my local golf course at the moment.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah. In the bunker, in the rough. I've no idea what I just said, but I heard a man say it once on a golf course.
Yeah, it does get there. It's because when I draw it out in layers. So when I print the layers off, it looks really random. Until
But this is our last message there was absolutely right. You are a visionary. You can see like that. I can't. You see, I can't see in those layers. I look and think, no, I couldn't do this on my own. I need Delphine.
It's like, no, it doesn't work. It does work.
This is why I look at those art quilts and think I wouldn't know where to start, which is why it's so wonderful, when you come along and create a design that I can make.
Yeah, I'm the exact same from when, walking around quilt shows and stuff, you're like, oh my God, it's incredible. And
Do you look at quilts there and think, I wouldn't know where to start with that? Because that's reassuring.
Yeah, I'm looking up straight, right up close to them going, how have they managed to do that,
Yeah.
So,
What's the sort of quilt you've never made but you want to?
Oh, that's a question and
Think
a
about
half.
it while I read this message. Morning, so
Oh.
glad you called the pattern Bailey, as my dog keeps going up to the TV screen when you say the name. Bailey! Bailey dog. Bailey dog. Well, our director Jess, his daughter is called Bailey, and two of my best friends, Amanda and Maxine, their dog is also called Bailey.
It's a lovely.
Hello, Bailey girl. Hello, Bailey.
You're awesome.
Beautiful. Somebody had messaged in the other week actually when I was on. Was the dog called Blue? I think the dog was called Blue, wasn't it? And we had something that was available in blue. And every time I said, now let's look at the blue colour, the dog jumped up.
That's super cute.
And then we got some pictures of the dog. It's so cute. So cute. Love it. If I was going to buy the pattern and sort my own fabrics,
Yeah.
anything you recommend? Any guidelines? Any?
It depends what type of look you're going for, really. I wish I could remember the name of the fabric that lady did Cora in. Nick Holtz, I think it was.
Tim Holtz.
Tim Holtz.
Mm-hmm.
She did it in that, and it was incredible.
Fab.
I've also done it in Cave.
We
which
definitely
is
need to see a
great, but
picture of that.
I quite like. It all depends on what look you're going for. You know,
Yeah.
it's like I love Tula Pink. You know,
Yeah.
that would look incredible, Cave. But also, if you want more of a softer look, Tilda, or
Yeah.
just go for a mottled look, or
But in the monochrome, I notice that we have got sort of an ombre effect almost. And would that be useful to think about if we were doing
always
another?
different shades. So completely, you can't have one shade next to another, as in this a very similar colour, because you'll just lose the overall look.
So that might be something that's useful. So to have a black. You need a black, don't you?
You need a black on all of it if you're going to do the features. So the nose, the eye sockets, the buckle, things like that. You need to have black, definitely, or
and white,
and a tiny scrap of white for the eyes.
or the palest.
Really pale.
Yeah. And then you seem to have like sort of, you know, a dark medium light, and then that sort of cream or.
Yeah, I think the cream it gives it a bit more warmth, really.
I love the way you put the colours together. I think the bright bundle is so beautiful. I love that combination. It's amazing value too, at $21.99, including $9.99's worth of pattern. It's incredible. There's your bundle of brights. I think those are absolutely beautiful together. Remember, we have had to substitute the pomegranate for magenta. But that's what Delphine is using in her demo. So we will see exactly how it turns out. I'm starting to see a dog.
You're starting to?
Starting to see a dog. Only because I know what's coming.
I'm being the...
Ever so clever. Janet's messaged in, I just love Delphine's designs. She makes everyone believe they can do anything.
Oh, we can. You all can. And I've seen you all do it, so... You know, their fan page is case in point, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And I'd like to think as well, for some people, this would provide a springboard for them.
Yeah, it definitely does.
To start making their own designs too, and.
Well, that's it. And this is all about inspiration. You know, it's not about me trying to keep it all to myself and different ideas. You know, I want everybody else to enjoy doing it as much as I do.
It's lovely.
Even when it all goes wrong.
Delphine, does it all go wrong sometimes?
Oh, yes.
Does it?
Sometimes. I just have to walk. You know, we all have those days where you just have to walk away from it.
Walk away, yeah. Take a break.
Take a
Cup
break.
of tea, Jockey Bicky.
Yeah.
So what is the quilt that you haven't made that you want to?
Oh, I'm trying to think. Do you know, I've not really played around much with Bargello.
Okay.
So I'd quite like to do. Yeah, that's on my list.
We'd like Delphine to do Bargello, wouldn't we?
Okay.
Bring your take to Bargello.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's something I'd like to do.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Because I've not done it yet.
Yeah. So. Don't mention that on your way out, otherwise we'll want it on the table in 2 weeks. Yeah. We'll just keep that between us, shall we?
Okay. But yeah, so that's I'd like to do that.
Cool.
I'm just,
Oh, hello. We've all been there.
I'm making a bit of a
Delphine
mess.
just had the paper stuck to her arm. That's great. Look at that. So you recommend placing all of the shapes down on that background?
Don't go anywhere near it with an iron yet.
Okay.
You stay away.
I'm backing away with my iron.
Turn the iron off.
Oh, I don't need to be told that twice.
Turn it off.
Do you know, I actually like ironing. I like ironing clothes.
I don't mind a bit of ironing, you know.
It's mindfulness for me.
I used to, when I was in the RAF, have to iron shirts, you know, to a certain spec. And so I iron all my husband's shirts as well.
Right.
You know, where you have to actually add extra creases that don't even exist.
Okay. For like military reasons or?
Just for discipline, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. I have none. It's not really a concept I understand. Oh, wow. It's so cool looking at everything come together, isn't it?
It will soon. Once I start adding in the smaller pieces.
Yeah.
You'll really
And the
start to
combination
see it.
of the magenta and the purple and that yellow, it really does bring everything to life. It's very pop art.
Yeah, very.
We've had some pictures sent through, Delphine.
Oh, lovely.
Step right up.
Oh,
Hi,
wow.
Stuart and Delphine. I finished Cora finally. I am now hooked on applique. Already ordered Bailey. Thank you, Delphine, for your help.
Oh, well done, Linda. I think I saw that on the fan page. I love the little black border she's put around it as
It's
well.
great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well done, Linda.
It's like it's
beautiful.
framed.
Hello, I would like to say thanks to Delphine. Got my Bailey kit in monochrome to go with my coloured cat. Did my first applique cushion for my daughter at Christmas. She loved it.
Oh, look at that. Good old, well, I can't remember what we called it now. Highland cow.
Highland cow. Well done, Yvonne. That's
Yeah.
gorgeous.
Oh, wow.
Hi, Stuart, Delphine. Love Delphine's patterns. Here's my fairy dust quilt, which I accidentally cut the fairy out the opposite way.
Doesn't
My
matter.
granddaughter loves it, Eileen.
That is beautiful.
Design choice,
Absolutely
Eileen.
beautiful.
Design choice.
I love those colours as well.
Beautiful.
Oh, that's
Beautiful.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one yet.
Superb
Aw.
job.
Oh, I'm like a proud mum.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah. It's wonderful to see people take the time and trouble and spend their very precious sewing time making something you've designed.
Yeah, it's the best bit.
It's a
It
real
really is
treat.
the best
It's a real
bit.
treat. Anne-Marie's messaged in, morning, loving the demo. Would you be able to do a horse? I'd like to do one for my Irish dance teacher, Anne-Marie from Bletchley.
I can do a horse at some point,
Yep.
I would have thought. Definitely.
See, first requested. I'm amazed actually because I thought we'd be inundated because we were with. Can we do
Yeah.
it? Can we have a dog?
I did I did a portrait of a horse not so long ago, a
Did you?
drawing. Yeah.
Cool.
So I can do that, no
Oh
problem.
gosh, you'd have some fun with the mane, wouldn't you? The
Oh,
the-
yeah. That's where you'd want something really, really crazy and bright.
yeah, yeah. And could I just throw in, for good measure, could there be the option of adding a horn so it could be a unicorn?
Could be.
Horse/unicorn, two
Could be.
versions. 5%, Delphine. That's all I ask. 5% on everything. I'm joking. I'm joking. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, horse would be nice. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Vivian in Surrey. I think a male lion would be amazing. I agree.
Oh, yeah, I love lions.
Yeah, with that mane.
Yeah, I
Or as
love
we like to
lions.
say at home, a beautiful mange of hair.
A beautiful what?
Mange of hair.
There we go.
Gorgeous. Yeah, male lion would be awesome. Any of the big cats actually
Yeah.
would look incredible,
Yeah,
wouldn't
lions
they?
look amazing.
Could I have a guinea pig?
A guinea pig.
Well, I'm amazed actually. I'm just going to say this now. I'm amazed that we haven't had a request for a guinea pig because I thought that was the
Really?
obvious. I thought that was the obvious, request.
What else was I'd also like to do an eagle.
Oh, Kelly. Lovely message from Kelly. Hi, Stuart and Delphine. Loving the show. Bought the pattern. Won't be able to watch all of the demo as I've got chemo. Oh, Kelly.
Oh,
mwah,
love.
Sending you a big kiss and a
Yeah.
hug. I hope everything's going well for you.
Oh,
and
bless her.
oh,
Oh,
sending lots of love.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be home soon. Get cracking on that pattern. Get lost in your sewing.
Yeah. Oh, bless her. I hope
Yeah.
everything goes okay. Sending you a big cuddle.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a great escape though, isn't it, our sewing?
It is, yeah. Oh, that's made me feel really sad.
I know. Kelly, we really
Bless
hope
you.
that everything's going well for you. And
Yeah, kick its butt.
send us pics of what you're making too, of course. We love to see what you're making. Anne-Marie now wants a unicorn too. Good. Maybe a chicken as well. Anne-Marie from Bletchley. Yes. And a chicken and some goats. And
Chicken.
sheep.
I want to do a chicken.
Marilyn has put in a question. Morning, both watching with interest, has purchased the dog quilt and can't wait to receive and start. Love Delphine's designs. Will the fairy quilt return, please?
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to ask the boss. Maybe. Yeah. I could even do a different version of it, or
Be lovely. Marion wants an owl. How about a great grey owl?
yeah, that'd be lush. So I really want to do a some type of like an eagle or something.
Oh, yeah.
So these are just
Yeah,
these
that
are-
would be brilliant. That would be brilliant. It's just the most wonderful concept, what you've done here, isn't it?
just creating yeah.
Just yeah.
It's
But I
just
mean, it's
knowing
endless.
how to. It's just knowing. Yeah, it is. It is endless now.
And
Oh
you've
well,
got the
hope you
skills
keep me
to
in a
put
job for a
together.
little bit longer.
I think that's pretty much guaranteed, isn't it?
I'm just putting his little buckle, just tucking that
The
underneath. there.
protests, Delphine, at the very suggestion.
Oh, you're all too kind. There we go. So I'll
No,
do
it's lovely. Do you have a pattern for a thistle? Jean asks.
a thistle. No, I haven't actually. Oh,
Now, I think
No,
a
I
thistle
haven't.
would be amazing to foundation paper piece
yeah.
with all those spiky
Yeah.
leaves, and it would be complex, but it would be beautiful.
Oh, let me work on it.
Okay.
Let me work on it.
Jean, we try and answer the requests if we can. I say we, you.
Oh, my tummy's rumbling now.
Oh gosh, what do you need?
You don't need I thought you would have heard it then.
Do you need a Christmas chocolate?
No, I had one.
We did have some.
And I shouldn't have, but I did.
Wow.
Oh well.
You know. We're still in that buffer zone, aren't we? I think.
Yeah. But it's like I say, it's my birthday coming up soon, so I'm like, there's no point worrying
No.
about.
Is it your birthday in a couple of weeks?
Yeah.
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 Fabulous.
Oh, that's coming off a little bit. Let me just give that a bit more heat.
I like, my birthday is right at the beginning of February, and I love the fact that by then everyone's ready for a night out.
Yeah, because in January everyone's a bit
Yeah.
like, oh.
Oh no.
Especially when the weather's not been very nice.
Yeah. But positively balmy this morning. 4 degrees.
I know, yeah.
That's why I wore my summer shirt.
I said as soon as I walked in, I was like, you're looking very summery today.
Well, I'm not planning on going outside.
Well,
So do you add the black elements last?
Yes, only because it's, I think I've lost a black element somewhere.
Oh.
I think I've lost my top corner. Oh no, there it is. Oh, that's what I was worried about losing. I always lose a piece.
Good idea though, the bags, the zippy bags.
Yeah, although all the fabric comes in.
Yeah.
I
I
use all of them.
Too. Yeah, I'm the same.
So there you go, that's got its little frame. There you go, he's coming together.
He is. Beautiful.
Let me just, because I've just put a bit of heat on this one. Ah, there we go.
Oh, Jean says happy birthday for when it comes.
Oh, thank you.
And thank you, that would be great. For the thistle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll work on that one.
Gorgeous. Janet wants an alpaca. An alpaca, please. Keep your requests coming. We just throw these things.
Like you say, you're keeping me in the
Aw.
job, so it's all good to me.
Teresa from Essex has messaged in, just dipping in on a tea break. Welcome, Teresa. Love the dog. Are the instructions available on their own? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They are on the right-hand side of the screen. Delphine Brooks Dog Art Quilt Instructions, $9.99. TUDH94, $9.99. And also, if you want the instructions for Cora, the cat, they are also available. She's just behind me. Cora the cat's also available. If you have a look on the website, you'll find Cora there too. Again, $9.99. So I was wondering earlier on whether you could put Cora and Bailey together in a quilt.
Yeah, you could do. Yeah.
Add a little
Excuse
bit of a
me.
board around them or whatever to bring them up to the same size.
Bring them all together. What would be great is if they say I do another 4 more, and then you can put them all together as one big quilt. That would
Well,
be.
I think 9 would look rather nice.
9, yeah, yeah. Like you say, that would be another. That would look impressive at Festival of Quilts,
It
wouldn't
really would. But also just like 4 of the same.
Yeah.
4 Cora
That looks
or 4
really
Bailey.
cool.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Another message now from Danny. Hey Danny. Hi, could you please do a fox or a giraffe? Danny in Pembroke. Oh, both. Well, let's have both. Can we have both, please? A fox and a giraffe. I love the idea of both.
I'll be doing one a month at this rate, won't I?
Yeah. Telling you, write the book.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I want to do.
Yeah. Gorgeous. Oh, look. That's a dog. That's definitely a dog, not a golf course.
He's getting
It's
there
amazing,
now.
isn't it, how suddenly it all comes together.
So have a little bit of off-cut of white and just put that on the little eyeball bit. And then is that on there? That's the other eyeball one.
Still haven't ironed anything down.
No.
Don't sneeze.
It's quite a nice one to sew as well, because once you've done all of this, you just sit and sew for a good couple of hours. So you could do it in a day. I'll just get there.
That's, oh look. Oh, beautiful. Just comes alive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Leslie has said, I'll raise a glass to you on your birthday, as it's mine too, albeit 30 years difference in age.
Oh, a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Leslie. Message from Collector, who's in Greater London. I'm loving this show. Talking of birthdays, my son is 41 on the 26th of January. Where have
That's my
the years...
birthday.
Is it?
That's my birthday, yeah. Happy birthday, twin.
Happy birthday. Yeah, lots of love, Andrea. Yes, where do the years go, eh?
Yeah, it's my birthday, 26th of Jan. It's my son's next week.
Is it?
Week after, yeah, he's 10.
Do you look at your boys and think, where do the years fly
Oh,
by?
yeah, yeah. Especially, I mean, Charlie's nearly the size of me. He's so tall. He's only 10.
Wow.
Yeah, wearing
Yeah.
age 13 clothes. He's
Yes.
a tall boy.
They do grow up if you feed them.
Oh, God. He eats a lot as well.
Yeah.
Oh, a phoenix.
Friends of mine are just going through that we can't fill them up stage with their 2.
Yeah.
Literally
I'm
nothing.
hungry, I'm starving.
Yeah. They eat a massive dinner and then literally they're still hungry.
Yeah, that's exactly what mine are like.
Yeah. A lot of growing to do. I'm still at that stage now. Still growing. Message from Vivian. Or maybe a phoenix.
Oh, yeah. Rising out the ashes.
Yeah. Now that, for one of your bigger wall quilts, you know, like your autumn tree of life.
Yeah, a really big one.
Yeah, some that kind of phoenix.
That would look
sorry, I
awesome.
didn't read the rest of the message. Beg your pardon. A block of the month would be brilliant. Yes, it would. Yes, it would, Vivian. I totally agree. Something every month from Delphine would be wonderful. Something every week, actually, would be good.
I will be busy. I'm just tucking that.
That's lovely. That's lovely.
I could play around with it a little bit more, but that'll. You get the idea.
It looks amazing. That magenta looks so cool.
It does, doesn't it?
It really works,
really,
doesn't
really
it?
Nice.
Fabulous. I love his eyebrows.
So I would usually for what I would do now at this stage, I'll take a photo of it, and then I'll play around with it a little bit more, just so you know that you're really, really happy with the position before you press anything down. But we don't have that luxury on TV, so I will crack on, I think, and I'm committed to that, I think.
We have other luxuries here, don't we? We have, you get a Winnebago, champagne, a personal masseur. You can't have everything.
Can't have it all, can you?
Coffee brought to you?
I did, although I had to
Never
drink it
happened
cold.
before, is it?
I had to drink it cold outside because I had...
Oh, bless you.
So, and also the position you put the eye, so the way I've just drooped his eye down, he's made it look a bit like,
It makes like what?
like a bit like he's looking up.
Go in.
Looking,
Go in.
That sounded more like a cat, didn't
Thank
it?
you. No, that was very dog-like. Well done.
So I'm going to just commit to it and press it. But if at home you can play around with it a little bit more. Going in.
Go for it. Going in, going in.
So this will take me a couple of minutes to just get it all to the point where I can pick it up.
And no rubbing back and forth.
No. Oh, no.
Just straight down. Don't forget to check out on your bundle. See, I'm mesmerised. I'm just watching now. But don't forget to check out on your bundles. Don't want you to miss out. Remember, available now, you can get the Bright bundle, which is the one that Delphine's making. I love that combination of colours. It is gorgeous. Instructions included. Or if you want, if you prefer, you can get those instructions on their own. Now, maybe you want to use your Bright Cave scraps. Maybe you want to do a monochrome version of your own, just blues or just pinks or creams and tans would look lovely. So many hundreds of you have got this design winging their way to you. Congratulations. Now, if you're a cat lover, of course, remember, we've also got the instructions for Cora, the cat, who's behind me. Looks amazing both in the bright and the monochrome versions. You can do your own. The instructions are $9.99. Details on screen now. And remember, Delphine's instructions are super detailed, even down to how to tell whether your fabrics are light enough, dark enough, enough contrast. Placement diagrams. So many step-by-step images and instructions to make sure your hand is held from start to finish. And then all of your placement guides, your patterns are full size, taped together. You end up with a big master pattern and the sections that go on top. You can just cut out the patterns because none of them are printed on both sides, but you recommend making copies, don't you, Delphine?
Yeah, definitely make copies. It just makes, you know, you don't want to ruin the pattern, but
keep the integrity of your pattern.
But also, it's just easier to work with.
Yeah.
But you know, I also want to give you a quality pattern, which is why I do print it on a heavier weight paper.
Yeah, yeah.
So you can use it over and over and again.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's beautiful. That ironing process still going on. It's just magical, isn't it, to have seen 7 fat quarters and some bondaweb, and it's got to be said, an amazing pattern, how that's now transformed into Bailey. It's amazing, isn't it? You look and you see a dog rather than 7 individual colours. It's just incredible.
So there you go.
Can I just mention, Delphine did also bring a fabulous other pattern, other whole different ball game earlier on at 9 o'clock, foundation paper piecing. It was the beautiful butterfly cushions, and we have got the instructions with kit. Instructions on their own, first of all, if you'd like to have a go at foundation paper piecing. We're limited again. We managed to release some more patterns, but they are now limited stock. So full instructions for making your butterfly foundation paper piecing. 2 versions, the more complex, sort of more heavily pieced, if you like. It's not more complex, it's more heavily pieced, or the simplified piecing version, but both done with foundation piecing. Full instructions, full-size foundations, no enlarging required. Just print them off and away you go. Great demo from Delphine this morning as well. If you missed it, remember, just watch it back on YouTube. So that's your instructions on their own, but they are very limited stocks now. Now, we've got kits available too. In each kit you get a metre of ivory solid, you get a charm pack, 10-inch charm pack of 42 squares for your piecing, and you also get your full instructions as well for $56.49. Now the value is amazing because you'd pay $49.99 for your charm pack anyway, and then you're getting your metre of fabric and your pattern included for what, £6.50. So it's incredible value. And of course, there's plenty of fabric there to actually make a whole quilt, not just a couple of cushions, or a bed runner, table runner, wall hanging. Absolutely loads of fabric there. I just added a bit of extra solid if that's your plan. This is the Primrose Hill version. Delphine was demoing with this. This is very much a sort of shabby chic look. Creams, taupe, soft greens, a little bit of teal and some coral pink, which is just lovely. So that's the Primrose Hill version. Then we've got the community version. Now, Delphine, I was amazed that this charm pack was the one that Delphine had used for her samples, because what you've got in here is a pastel rainbow. It's quite Tula pink in the colour palette. Those sort of corals, pinks, greens, blues. Absolutely lovely, kind of modern geometrics and florals. So you're getting your pack. Look at those. Those are made using the community charm pack. Absolutely stunning. Plus a metre of ivory, plus your pattern, of course. And then finally, if you want something that's absolutely summer ready, it is Petals and Pedals. Now this one features gorgeous red poppies, yellow poppies, lovely florals, but also some lovely geometrics and some little kind of cycling motifs which fit in really well. It's quirky, isn't it? But really fun. Yeah,
they're lovely fabrics. Well, all of them are.
Great designs. So you're getting that plus your metre of solid plus your pattern, $56.49 for that too. Great buy. Remember, you could make a quilt. Okay, just wanted to remind you of those before we head on over to Yarn Lane. Let's get back to Delphine.
So what I would do, obviously, I'd take my time to get it all pressed down correctly, and then you'd make yourself a little, you can either quilt it. I haven't got any batting, but I am going to show you how to quilt it. So you can quilt it by just echo quilting or around all the pieces, or you could blanket stitch each piece down. It's completely up to you, really. So I'll just show you, it's all done with a walking foot, it's not free motion. You can do free motion, but I wanted it to be inclusive that everyone can do it. So all you do is set your machine to about 4. I recommend that you use some really nice bright threads or some variegated threads or something like that. So
to match the fabric?
To match a fabric, yeah.
And if you can't find matching, would you go darker or lighter?
It all depends on which area of the dark I'll do. So if where there was going to be a highlight, say bouncing off his nose or his forehead, I'd go lighter.
Yep.
But for the features, I'd go darker.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Cool.
So a bit of both. Sorry, that's not a really good answer.
It's a good tip. I like that. So do you go as close to the edge as you can, or are you going in a little bit?
I'm just going in a little bit, and I'm just literally going, just moving it around as I go. And then all I'll do then is probably turn around and go back another way.
So not just going all the way around the outside of the shape?
No. So you've got to pretend that I have actually already got some batting behind here.
Yeah. It's a lovely sewing action on that machine, Delphine.
You got to be in charge of it.
It's lovely, so smooth.
So roughly about 1/4 inch apart, but then you can get to a certain bit on its forehead. You could do little swirly patterns.
Yeah.
Or...
Do you ever mark these lines when you're doing it, Delphine?
No, I don't. But you can do. So say if I wanted to fill that area there and just make that a little bit of a feature, which I've done quite a lot.
Yes.
You just, this is what's great. When I do this at home, I use my knee lift.
Yeah.
Which makes life a lot quicker.
Did you use a knee lift on your previous machine?
No.
Oh, so the knee lift's new. How are you finding
it? Yeah, amazing.
It's like having a third hand,
It
isn't
really
it?
is. Yeah. How I cope without a knee lift before. I'll never not have one now because the amount of applique I do.
Yeah. And quilting, the free motion quilting as well for that is super.
Oh yeah, brilliant.
Even chain piecing, just lifting and lowering your presser foot to put the next patches underneath.
Nice and simple. That's what you want, rather than reaching round.
Can't do it when you're standing up, can you?
No, you can't really. Because I was thinking about, can I bring it on air? And I thought, actually, no, I can't.
Yeah.
So
So when you need to, you just start, do a fastening stitch and then move on.
Yeah, so all I've done there is just a really basic shape. So I'd fill it all in. I don't know if you can see it very well. Also make sure you've got a matching bobbin, because I haven't got a matching bobbin that you can see here. So try and match up your colours. So I've just done like a
just bring it a bit
swirly.
more central for us.
Yeah.
Over to the left a little bit. That's perfect.
There we go. So I'll just do like a little swirly mark all the way down. And as you can see, I didn't stop. I just pivoted the fabric and then went back up. And just play around with lots of different shapes. But it's a really nice, easy way to quilt it. But wow, it really does set it off.
Forgiving, isn't it?
Very,
And
very
creates
forgiving.
more shape.
Yeah. So, but lengthen your stitch though. Make sure I've set mine to a 4. So it just gives it that nicer quilted look rather than tiny, tiny little stitches.
And would you put batting?
Yes, I
for
would.
this usually,
Yeah, I would. But I haven't obviously on this little demo. But yeah, I would.
But if you just wanted to frame it, maybe you could just
You
stitch
could
through fabric.
just stitch
couldn't
through
you?
it and then stretch it over a canvas. That would look really nice. Yeah, so it gives
beautiful.
it that same. You definitely want to give it a bit of stitching because it gives
Yeah.
it that texture, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Gosh, that's a
So-
really fun part.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you've done all that cutting and sticking and
Yeah.
ironing. It's time to
Get there with your sewing machine.
absolutely, yeah. And
We
then
love it.
And if you've got a tiny little silver thread, I'd put a tiny little bit in the little whites of the eyes. Only
Oh,
just a little back
nice.
stitch, and that will just make them come alive a little bit.
Nice.
So there you go.
Sounds
Enjoy
gorgeous.
Bailey.
One final request before you
Okay.
go. Animals playing, rabbit
Okay.
and guinea pig, goats and sheep, something like that.
Okay.
From Morag. Thank you, Morag.
Lots to do.
Yeah.
Lots to do.
Busy girl.
Oh yeah. Very.
Well, don't go anywhere because, well, in fact, pop your coat and your woolly hat on because we're popping down to Yarn Lane and it's cold out.
Okie doke. I'll see you
If
there.
you've never watched Yarn Lane before, join us today. Delphine's going to come across needle felting, just amazing. I mean, talk about versatile. You got it all. Thanks so much for that last hour, Delphine.
thank you very much.
Amazing as always.
Oh, thank you, Stuart.
Thank you. Now, we've got a special offer coming up on Yarn Lane with Delphine's amazing needle felting kits. If you buy 2 of her kits, put them in the basket, check them out at the same time. Super important you do that. You'll automatically save 20% on those 2 kits. So you'll save £10 and you'll get that automatic saving. There's no code to put in. You don't have to do anything other than check out both kits at the same time, same transaction. We'll run through all of the kits that we've got available once we get over to Yarn Lane. Delphine's going to be doing some demos. We're going to talk yarn, we're going to talk needle felting. It's going to be a great hour. So stay with us, join us over on Yarn Lane. You don't have to do anything if you're watching on the TV, but if you're watching on the computer, just go over to www.yarnlane.com and click watch live and we'll be there in just a second. Same login details if you buy, same postage and packing. If you've already bought something today, you won't pay any more. We'll see you over there in a few minutes. Now, before I go, we need to do the menu. Yeah, let's do the menu. I'm on the menu. 8 a.m. Vix is going to be presenting 8 a.m. under £10 fabric bundles. At 9 a.m. Stuart Hillard's here with Bags for Life and bag making techniques. So demystifying a few of those essential techniques. At 10 a.m. we've got bag making tools and supplies. And then at 11 a.m. that quilt lots of you have been asking about, the Country Roads quilt with me. At 12 o'clock, kits you'll love. Packed morning. If you've got any questions about bag making, get them in tomorrow. While I'm on, I'll answer what I can. So make sure you check out your baskets. If you've got any of Delphine's kits or patterns for the butterflies or for Bailey, make sure you check those out. I will see you over at Yarn Lane. Delphine will be there too. We'll see you in just a few minutes.